Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
強く強く輝いて
た流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてるそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたぐり寄せる道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう繰り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Otter Talk for the Blue Otter Draft League. We have reached our finals for both divisions. It's been a long road, but we're finally here. Two teams, only one can make it out. In the upper division, we have the Wizards and the Skeletons. Down below, we have the Kittens and the Imperials. For tonight's featured matches, Blue Otter 2 will be streaming our Ruby Division match. The main stream will feature our Sapphire Division match. With me tonight, I have Swedish, Master, Jake, and Edaconic, all members of the finals teams, to talk a little bit about how we're feeling in the season, how things have gone, and just generally how they feel going into the matches tonight. First things we're going to do is throw it over to our predictions to see what everyone thinks the winners are going to be, and we'll talk a little bit about how the season went. Looks like everyone has, most people have the Wizards, but obviously Ida, being on the Skeletons, I imagine, wanting to upset the balance, does not want to give in to the hype, and wants to show that the Skeletons do have what it takes to win the finals. You guys think you have what it takes?
I say our first matchup was it week 3 or week 2 against them. We didn't have our Bob Robertson, the GOAT mid laner, so I think that matchup, it gave a little different vibes to most people. I don't think most people saw that we weren't the full roster. After that, I think we all locked in as a team, find our identity. So I think a big close series, but I think we'll take it in the end.
All right. Well, generally, I think a lot of these matchups are a lot closer than some of our finals and a lot of our other matchups. I think both finals matches should be very exciting, regardless of the outcome. I will throw it down to Ruby so we can see our predictions for Swedish and Jake, how those are working out, who we think is our winners of the Ruby finals. I think all things considered, okay. Got a little bit of breakage in the system, but I think most people had Kittens. I think that is the overall favorite, but I don't think that is I don't think it's necessarily a foregone conclusion yet. Any thoughts on that from our Ruby captains?
No, I mean Imperials, they look good. They looked really, really good against Spuds. I'm very impressed by them. And they didn't look great against Shrooms, but it looks like they fixed it up. So as long as everyone plays to the best of their potential, I think it's gonna be a good match.
Yeah,
Nice.
I agree with them. I think it's really good, well matched up. We believe in our top just as much, I'm sure, as he believes in his, and all 5 positions feel like they could win either way going into this. So probably should get it.
All right. Well, I do have one question for all of you before we head up to our wrap-up thoughts. Something I'm calling the little fake MVP section. I want opinions from each of you of the MVP for the games, for the league itself, from another team. So you're not allowed to pick anyone on your team. You have to pick someone from another team from your division. Would anyone like to go first? Does anyone have any ideas on who their first nomination is?
I already have my
Yeah.
pick instantly.
Okay, Ida, shoot.
I would give it to CB Batman instantly. That guy's so 1v9. He always has impact. No matter if he's like 0-10, he always has pressure on the map. Always is useful in the game.
Nice. Yeah, Steve Batman has definitely shown up big time this entire season. Has had some troll moments, but overall just incredibly consistent, incredibly important player for the team. Asking now our Wizards representative, Master. Who do you have as a fake MVP?
I would honestly say probably like Ixie or Chief. I think they are probably one of the better duos we've versed in the 2v2. Last time we played them, it was relatively close in lane, and I think like Ixie performed both games, even though we beat them both games. So I'm excited to get the rematch. But yeah, if I had to choose someone that's not on my team, I'd give it to Ixie.
All right, and now moving down to Ruby. Swedish, would you like to go first? Do you have as your fantasy MVP?
Yeah, sure. I'd probably give it to like Rutledge. Without being, too over the top, he did a lot of the work to carry a team, to semifinals. And it's not like the whole team couldn't play, but he was like we would call like the focal point of a whole roster. It felt like.
Rutledge was definitely one of those players that I think a lot of people pointed out, rightfully so, at the start of the league, and pretty much managed to live up to all expectations. Jake, what about you? Your fantasy MVP, rounding us out.
I'm gonna have to give it to Fallen. I feel like Fallen was the most valuable player in the league. I think you could replace him with any other player, and the roster doesn't function the same. So that's who I'm about to give it to.
All right. I think all great choices. I think everyone came prepared, and quite honestly, I think that most of our players this season were pretty damn good. I think a lot of people showed up. I think even in the joke sections, even when people were memeing on them, I still think a lot of players managed to show up big time. I think a lot of them managed to prove that a lot of them proved the doubters, some in the wrong way. I will say my personal love, Boat Chicken, as memed on as he was, actually performed incredibly well this season, all things considered. And I think that was something that a lot of people were maybe doubting. So, you know, if I had to give my fantasy MVP, the Goat Chicken in my heart, it's gonna go out to you. And now we're just gonna move up a bit of a wrap up, how the season went, thoughts on pretty much anything. Anything you guys want to say? Anything that you've thought about other teams, your own team, going into playoffs, how the general shakeup turned out? Feel free to speak your mind now.
I have to shout out my mid laner Reaper's Blade. I think he was my last pick in draft, so I wasn't 100% sure. I kind of just took the best mid laner that was available. But he's unironically been gapping everyone, including Neversoul, which is one of the better mid laners. I think he performed really well against him. He hasn't yet to play against Bob Robertson, but I honestly think he'll perform fine. I'm very surprised at how he's playing. I think he's improved so much over the split, so yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, shutting out teammates, yeah, a lot. Reaper was definitely one of those players that I think a lot of people had as one of the better mid laners, especially in the upper division, and pretty much proven it. But yeah, no, I think a lot of our finals team just one of the best lineups we've seen in a long time. Just team by team basis, very few weak points, if any. Very consistent across the boards. A lot of finals teams, in the past maybe had 1-2 really star players that they built a roster around, but it feels like this season, I think there were a lot of very close roles. And I think that's what we're seeing going into the finals is a lot of people just very evenly matched. Feels like it could go any way, and it makes for some very exciting games to watch. I will say that much from the sideline perspective.
Can I get my shout out?
Oh, give any shout outs. Give all your thoughts. Give your shout out. Tell me what you thought of the normal season and your playoff matches. Go wild.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Shanku for jailing Rain. So then I got Valka last pick. That guy's sleeper last pick I got. That was a really chill dude I got to play with. Overall, I think our team dynamic has been pretty cool to kind of mesh it up, find a way how we all play well together. So it's been a lot of fun doing that.
Nice. Ruby Division people, what are our thoughts on the season? How are you guys feeling with, we call it the content division, but honestly, it was pretty fun to watch all the Ruby matches this season. Definitely felt a lot closer than other seasons. It feels like we've just been gradually ramping up the level, and even the bottom's feeling pretty high up now.
Yeah, I mean, the only shout I have is to Kidcat for being the GOAT. That's my biggest shout out. And shout out Lizzo for always keeping me entertained.
All right, Swedish, wrap up thoughts before we throw it over for our special announcement.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. Everyone jumps into draft, especially this season. You can tell the difference with different experiences of competition, either none at all or some that have been playing for years. And comps can get really rocky these first few weeks, and then if you had week 1 to week now, just listening to the differences and how well everyone's finally starting to mesh together, it's really hitting our stride now. So love hearing it.
All right, well, it's been nice seeing all of our teams develop, seeing everything go on, and for tonight, that's going to be all from our guests. Before we throw it over to our special announcement, I'd just like to say thank you to all of our players. Thank you to everyone who watched the season, who played the season. was definitely one to remember, and I think one that has really felt like a culmination of a lot of things. And I can say from the casting perspective, from the viewership perspective at least, there was never a dull moment. But we are going to throw it over to our Commissioner Kybcat for a special announcement, and then we are going to have our MVPs and All Pros announced for the season. Kyb, take it away.
Hello. I don't know that I would call it special because most of the people know already. But if you haven't already seen it in chats or talked to me directly, this will be my last split. I think this is 4 splits. So hanging it up, taking a back seat, and Mr. Lean, one of the other admins, he will be stepping in as Commissioner going forward. So now all of you can complain to Lean because he's a lot nicer than I am and won't call you an idiot. Okay. Shivam, let's do our awards. So the first award we have to present tonight will be our MVP for the Sapphire division. Shivam, let's see it. Congratulations to Hyper Dragon, jungler for the Typhoons. This guy had an absolutely 1v9 split. He may have gotten costed by his mid laner 1 or 2 times. The 1 or 2 times he actually showed up. But, yeah. Reigns, you, after casting Hyper, do you have any opinions here?
I was just gonna say, yeah, definitely, and we'll see, like on our Alper team that, you know, even if there may have been, you know, a single individual player that maybe eked out a little bit more, Hyper Dragon was invaluable to the Typhoons throughout the entire season. I think a lot of people understand that they probably wouldn't have made it as far without him. Really felt like one of those players that brings a team together, rounds it out in its entirety, and just gives the team its soul. And that's what Hyper Dragon was this entire season. We had a lot of great performances on stream, a lot of great clip moments. One of those carry junglers that are always fun to watch. Always have those hype moments, and yeah, just shout out. You know, great job. You earned it. Hopefully, we see you next season in even better form.
Agreed. All right, so with that, we will now move into our Season 3 Sapphire first team All-Pro. I will say there will be a second and a third team. We just were not announcing it tonight. So Shivam, we can go ahead with that. Our All-Pro for Sapphire Division Season 3. In top, we have CB Batman. For jungle, we have Edaconic. I'm going to come back to that. Mid lane, we have Reaper's Blade. AD carry, we have Ixie. And for support, we have 21. So congratulations to everybody who made the, what we'll call the staff-picked All-Pro team. And you might be wondering, how does Hyper Dragon win the MVP? But Iconic is the first team All-Pro player. That is because if you look at the performance that Hyper Dragon had this season, the Typhoons do not come anywhere near where they did. And if you put any other jungler on that team, they probably do not do as well. So Ida, I'm going to say, is the more consistent / better jungler. However, Hyper had the best split of any of the players. Does that make sense here?
I think that's a pretty good explanation. Yeah, definitely was sort of a product of the teams that they had, right? You know, Hyper Dragon MVP because of the miracles that he pushed out, the mountains that he moved, and Iconic just very consistent player throughout the entire split.
Agreed. So again, congratulations to all 5 of you. For anyone who did not see their name on that list, there will be a second and third team posted in the next week or so, whenever I get the time to type it all up. So now let's move to the Ruby division. Shivam, let's see our Ruby MVP. Congratulations, Jake Almighty. You are in the call with us.
You gonna
Would you like
accept
to
your
say
award?
anything, Jake?
Woo! Shout out to my team for making me look better than I am. Woo!
Okay, shout out Toddy, shout out Giggle, shout out Kumi, the real carry of the team.
True.
Shout out Lambo. So yeah,
Shout out Lambo.
kind of the same thing as Hyper. I feel like it was done in a different way. Hyper was kind of like the 1v9 carry, and Jake was kind of like the soul of the team. I'm not gonna say a dictator because that's disingenuous, but it was very much a strong-willed captain leading the ship, leading for how do I say monkeys to victory. Reigns, any thoughts?
No, pretty much covered it. I don't know if I'd be that harsh, but yeah, it's definitely really showed off what it means to be a captain in this split. Rallying the troops constantly over and over again, through good times, through bad times, and really pushing the team further than they could have gone otherwise. Really felt like someone who, rather than, took it all into his hands and did it all by himself, really raised up the people around him.
It's true. So, Jake, congratulations again. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
And with that, Shivam, we will jump into our Ruby All-Pro team here. So, in top lane, we have Vacation, Jungle, Jake. Mid laner, we have Rutledge. And then we actually have the bot lane for the Kittens coming in as a duo here. VFD Lambo at 80 carry and Giggle as the support. Reigns, any thoughts on these players?
Yeah, no, very similar. I think a lot of these players, great in their own right. Some on the solo carry angle, some just because they were really that great with their team, played super well, right? Giggle and Jake, two of the most team play oriented Ruby tier division players that we've seen in a while, really made a great showing this split. And yeah, just shout out to everyone. I think, again, a lot of these decisions were very hard, especially down in Ruby. Things felt really close. So, he didn't make first All-Pro, no sweat. But all of these players, it was really a matter of like micro decisions, very small advantages that put people above. And it really felt like these players had to fight for their spot, and they came out absolutely swinging. Just great performance, great showing from all of them. It really feels like they were all fighting for their spots in the finals, in their positions, in their rankings in the normal season. Just real combatants all the way through.
Agreed. So yeah, that will do it for our awards tonight. Like I said, there will be a second and a third All-Pro for both leagues released sometime this week. So if you didn't see your name tonight, you might see it when that is released. Some housekeeping items as we wrap up the season. Same thing that I've done the past few. We'll be doing a few feedback sessions in the next few weeks. I will make sure that Mr. Lean is there with me to hear all of the feedback. And if you want to schedule one separate with him to do nothing but complain about me, I understand and agree with you, and feel free to do that. So yeah, I think that's going to be it. Reigns, if you want to close us out.
Yeah, sure. So thank you to Kiet Kai, obviously, for being our commissioner for 4 great seasons. Shout out Mr. Lean, who's going to be our commissioner next season. Great, has been super helpful all of these past seasons when he came on, up until now taking over as commissioner. We're in good hands. I think all of you are going to be really happy next season. I think things are going to be just as great, if not better. Really looking forward to the future. As for our players, for all of our captains, for everyone who participated this split, thank you for making the Blue Otter Draft League what it was. Thank you for sticking around. Thanks for giving viewers some great entertainment. Thanks for giving your competitors some great competition. And thank you all, just generally, for being a part of this. Hopefully we'll all see you next season. If not, hope you enjoyed your time here, and best of luck in the future. But for right now, I'm going to cut it off. We have our matches coming up in just a few short minutes. In our upper division, we have the Wizards and the Skeletons in the Sapphire final match. Down below, we have Kittens and Imperials in our Ruby finals match. We hope you'll all stick around, tune in, watch the show. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Blue Water Draft League Sapphire Division Finals, our grand finale of the last season of the Kai Cat dynasty, one might say. We have the Wizards versus the Skeletons, two amazing teams duking it out in the finals. We have the original friendship team versus the Wizards run back, a great team last season, a great team this season. Looking pretty good as well. 21 coming back with bot lane. We have some great players just all around. Reapers, great mid laner. I just think this is definitely going to be one of the more exciting matches, I think, regardless of who wins.
Yeah, there are a lot of great players on both teams. And I think both of these teams have had kind of an interesting story getting here. More of the Skeletons than the Wizards. Wizards had a relatively easy season overall. They were picking up wins after wins, and once they got that big win over the Raiders, it was clear that they were the top dogs of the league. Meanwhile, the Skeletons, they struggled quite a bit during the early weeks into the mid-season, dropping games to teams that they had no business losing to in any reasonable world. I think they gave the Dragons their one win until the Gauntlet. So it was pretty rough for a while there for the Skeletons, but they pulled it back around. They made it here to the finals after a 3-0 stomp last week, beating down the Raiders, who, had a rough showing, but so did every team that lost last week. So who can really say one way or the other? But we've got two really strong teams coming into the finals here, and both with their great players, and also with their maybe less good players. Neither team is fully flawless. They do both have weaknesses, so I think that it'll be a fun matchup. There are a lot of things I'm going to be looking at to see who's going to be going great today.
Yeah, definitely. Just waiting on the teams to get into draft. But also, speaking of draft, these teams both a bit more of the standard, but I think a lot of them have enough handful of unique picks that I'm not expecting to be too disappointing. I think we're going to see a lot of fun things coming out, especially if we get to those later games 4 and 5. I think things are going to be very, very interesting. But no, a lot of those unique picks. I think a lot of the special picks that are more player oriented, right? Ixie and the Draven, one of those well-known picks that a lot of counters, but something that especially now given Fearless, once a lot of those counters are banned out, things like the Ashe, things like the Braum that tend to be taken out a bit earlier, can give way to some of those more pocket pick oriented teams, players, just to have a little bit of fun, especially in the finals, showing themselves off at the last chance that it matters.
Yeah, and now we're going to be jumping right into the draft. I'm interested to see what we're going to be seeing targeted here in terms of target bans, what things are just kind of generally good picks that our teams are going to be looking at to take out here. There are some very dangerous picks that I think our teams would like to have off the board. The Aurora is something that I believe Reaper's Blade plays fairly proficiently, and is also just a good champion right now. I've seen it do some. I've been catching more LCK games, and I've seen that champion do some nasty work on the Rift. The Syndra makes sense, but the Alkali's an interesting one. I'm guessing that's just targeting Reaper's Blade, though.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I don't think there's that Akali is going towards anyone else. I don't think the Syndra's going towards anyone else. So we are going to see the Ahri first pick, very high priority champion. I'm not shocked to see it go first. In response, oh no! Ooh, the Silas, something that we do see as a counter, can fight back on that Ahri, can steal the Spirit Rush, and also locks the Skeletons out of being able to pick some of those big team fight ults. Sort of forces them into those more pick style compositions. So Wizards can already start maybe building this counter matchup to them, knowing that they're now a little bit more pigeonholed into some picks that they might not have been otherwise.
Yeah. I do really like the Sylas. I think that Sylas is a champion that asks really interesting questions, whether you draft him early or you draft him as a counter pick. When you draft him early, you kind of force the Skeletons to play a game of, if we pick really good buttons for our ultimate abilities, that's giving Sylas more ammo. But if we don't pick good buttons for our ultimate abilities, then we've failed. We've failed horribly. So it
Now you
starts
have
to
the
become
flip
a
side of
balancing
that.
act. It becomes a bit of a balancing act of how many good buttons can we afford to give over to Sylas.
Yeah.
And I find
Now
that
you
a
have-
very fascinating question to be asked. While we do have Wukong and Viego. Viego for the Wizards and the Wukong for the Skeletons. Almost certainly going to eat a Conic on that Wukong.
Pretty classic. I will say the Viego's also sort of that flip side to the Sylas, right? You can pick those good ultimates, you give them over to Sylas. Now if you pick just good normal kits, you're giving that over to Viego if he manages to get resets. So
Yep.
going with the heist duo here, the thieves, the Phantom Thieves and the Knight, stealing everything. And these two champions also great in the reset game. So I think Wizards going more towards that initial pick composition, starting to get those resets off, because if they can get that first pick in the fight, it's going to be a lot easier for them to tear through this. Meanwhile, Skeletons seem to be setting themselves up for a lot more of that proactivity. They want to be the ones starting off the fight. They don't want to be the ones getting picked off. They want to have all the presence. We can see the Misfortune. The Ahri Wukong duo is classic, and we see the Kaisa now come out as a response, making sure that they can't get that carry pool pinch, but also giving them more proactivity. I like this too. Any CC that comes out is going to let Kaisa sort of join in on that dive from the Viego, from the Sylas, rather than being forced to stay in the back line at the mercy of someone like the Ahri or the Wukong.
Yeah, I think it's a very heads-up choice here. Allows her to kind of maneuver around fights in interesting ways. As we now move on to our next round of bans, supports, unsurprisingly, I think are going to get targeted here, trying to limit the good pairings that you can get with the Misfortune and the Kaisa respectively, and also just pinching some of these champion pools from these really good supports on both sides. Both 21 and Chief are quite dangerous in the support role, so I think it's fair to try and pinch some of these good pairings. The Rel getting taken out makes sense. Rel would work very well with the kind of composition the Skeletons are setting up. The Braum as well is just a good all-around pick to make that happen. And they're not going to pick up the Braum. I guess it makes sense that Wizards are probably going to be looking for support counter pick, perhaps, and blinding their top lane is not impossible. I do think that one of the more lopsided matchups in this game, theoretically, is that between CB Batman and Valka. CB Batman, very good player, fantastic player. Valka has had moments, but also has had some rough matches. So it doesn't even matter because we're just looking for a good support. And I think picking the Leona here is a good pick for the Kaisa, and also a good pick away from the Misfortune if they decide to go for it.
Yeah,
Yep.
and we can see 4 support bans came out. So it's the Braum ban from Wizards, so they're just saying, okay, you're not going to be able to peel back from this dive. Same with the Rel, good as sort of the both the counter engage, but also the initial engage. Big engage champs, the Alistar and the Rakan banned away. So sort of leaving just that Leona Nautilus classics up that we've seen so often. I also like the Rel, obviously banning out that Magnet Storm combo that we see, the Misfortune Rel. And I like the Leona pickup here. That's a little bit more long range, especially with the Solar Flare. Gives Kaisa a bit stronger of a dive potential rather than the Nautilus. And it says you can either go the Nautilus or you can go a safer pick. And it's the safer pick that ends up being the choice. The Taric picked up, assumedly for that ultimate, right? Obviously, decent into the counter engage, but also the Cosmic Radiance. Really good with someone like Wukong, who can get that on him, take it, then dive the backline. Ahri can join up with him through that Spirit Rush. So it can sort of really spread out that Cosmic Radiance rather than just having one group that can really make full use of it, apply it to that full team. And then Nara, another safe takeaway that can play a bit further back in range, but also really good on the initial engage. And are we going to see the Yone possibly counter pick to Nara? Or it could be the Silas into the Gnar, but I feel like that's a
Silas?
little bit interesting. I don't know. The Yone is definitely one of those I'm better than you matchups, right? That we see.
Oh,
Aurelia-
this is even more I'm better than you. This is
It is, but into the Gnar, it's also a bit
classic.
of a. Yeah, it's a sort of classic Gnar card. Not in the same way the Yone is. The Yone is definitely an I'm better than you. I'm gonna pick Yone into Gnar and show you that Aurelia definitely gonna be that outplay style champion, but a bit more of that known matchup into the Gnar. Can eat some of the early poke with the W's on those procs. Can use the Defiant Dance to back themselves up as well. The stun really good can sort of make the Gnar have a little bit of trouble, especially if you try and get that bounce off. Your E's are very predictable, where you're jumping can be very predictable, leaves way for an Aurelia stun. Being able to execute those minions, dive in, sort of close that range gap, makes Aurelia one of those melee champions that has a lot easier time dealing with the Gnar, all things considered, rather than having to sit there and just take the punishment like a lot of melee characters tend to have to do.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that Irelia has historically been such a good pick into the Gnar. His biggest weakness is being a little idiot at throwing his tiny boomerang at a range. And Irelia you get hit by a stun, your life is over. So it requires good, just sort of presence of mind from Valka here to just play into the Irelia, understand the windows the champion has. And I will say, Irelia is not a champion you really commonly see, at least these days. It used to be a big solo queue pick, but nowadays it's very much kind of, you pick it in situations like this. So I imagine as a Gnar player, Valka probably has experience with this matchup, but we'll have to see how he does into CB Batman, who is, again, a very good, very strong player. But now we have two comps completed out here, both the Skeletons bringing something, I would say, a bit more straightforward that you would see in a lot of high-level games, whereas the Wizards are trying to play a little bit adaptively and maybe reactively and try and punish the Skeletons for their mistakes they might make. At least that's how I kind of read their comp. So I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna ask you, what do you think? Which comp are you favoring here in Game 1 of our series before predictions time out, and somebody can take your analysis?
Crazy that I say this, but I do think you're right on the money with the Wizards being a more reactive. It's crazy to see like Silas, Viego, Kai'Sa, Leona, Aurelia, these champs be listed as reactive, but it's kind of true. You know, maybe not reactive in the sense that they're only going to be playing second in fights, but more reactive in the macro sense that they rely on the movements of Skeletons, right? If Skeletons go out of place to try and get a pick, it's very easy to punish them. If they're caught lacking walking through the jungle, it's really easy for Wizards to make the first move on that, but they don't want to be the ones sort of attempting the mistakes, right? They're definitely the ones that want to have control of that map, have the pressure, but maybe wait for things to happen, wait to get more information before making a decision. Because it can fall apart very easily, they really need to get a really good start to that fight, right? The Silas, the Viego, the Kai'Sa, all of these champions really good at starting fights off, not as great once the steam runs out.
Yeah. I will say, though, Skeletons played into the Silas game of giving him some pretty nasty buttons. The Gnar is a deceptively good button to steal, because when you steal the big Gnar ulti, it's a very short cooldown, so you can steal it again pretty quickly, and you can use it to get a pretty aggressive play, especially in choke points, but also you steal Taric ulti, and that is one of the best buttons in the game, just quite frankly. So it's especially with the Viego and the Leona and the Irelia, all these champions who really benefit from going hard in, the fact that they can swipe the Taric ulti is very dangerous, but it's going to require actually playing around that. And surely they will. I don't doubt that that's part of the game plan. So I do like what the Wizards have. I think it's the more exciting of these two competitions, but it is going to be a little bit harder to execute. With that said, we're going to throw it to a quick break for the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift or Game 1. So, we'll see you there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome onto the Rift for Game 1 of the Sapphire Finals. Wizards versus Skeletons. Almost a 5-point start. A little bit of violence coming through the electric being popped in the mid lane, but other than that, it doesn't seem like any major invades, anything too crazy. We can see Chief getting walked on, but it's just to drop a word, get a little bit of vision down early on. These teams, especially that you see in the upper division, big on the early vision, big on trying to get as much information as possible early on, because the early stages of the game are so important, right? Making sure to get all the information you can, make sure to get first on the grubs, on the scuttles, on those ganks can really make or break the early game, especially that mid-game transition, just makes things a lot easier, can make things a lot harder on the enemy team as well.
Yeah, and I will say especially with the Wukong and the Viego, both these champions have really strong punishing early ganks. If you aren't careful about them, so it's good to just be aware of this is where this guy is. We know it, we all know it, and now we don't have to worry about it, or at least we have a better idea of roughly where that player is. Especially for the Viego, who is a champion that can get rolling very hard, and the stun tool that he has is quite effective once he, in these kind of earlier stages, especially once a flash is blown, it becomes very effective for him to be out on the Rift and punishing that. Straight in the mid lane there. I will say, we definitely want to be looking at this top lane matchup. Keep an eye on how Valka does into the Cyrelia. Unsurprisingly, gonna have to give up this early pressure just because. Yep, there's Cyrelia, folks. How does it feel, Nar? How does it feel?
Yeah.
Let me know. Send me a postcard. Tell me how it feels. Yeah, the early stages here are gonna be really rough for Valka. I imagine, when you're in this matchup, it's one of those things where you just kind of have to play back, utilize your range. When you go mega, don't feel that afraid to scuffle if you have the HP to afford to do it. But otherwise, you really just have to play around your boomerang, play around saving your hop for as long as you can afford to dodge out on a good stun or a dive in like we saw there. Fortunately, now that Valka has all three of those buttons, it should not be too it should get a little bit easier. The early 2 levels are really bad for Nar, so we'll see how CB Batman can really punish Valka up here. Yeah, like that. Thank you for demonstrating, Valka. I appreciate it.
Yep, laying out the punishment early on. Some big punishment in the mid lane. A lot of these mid laners low could lead way for an early gank. We see the junglers starting to rotate towards those scuttles. Maybe a potential gank afterwards. I don't know if that minion spotted Luke as it walked up. But do you see pings coming out? Skeletons know that they want that pressure on the bot side. Kai'Sa, Leona, not looking for a fight right now. Master 21 pushed in under the bot tower. Not going to try and contest it all. They know that Luke is up towards that top side. Valka, sustained back up. Doran shields, grasp of the Undying. Didn't have to worry too much. Bob Robertson as well. A little bit more regen, so not as clean as the rest of it. We are still going to see a gank. Nice E from Reaper's Blade. Luke looking for a little bit more damage, but nice charm for Bob Robertson. Moves him out to safety, doesn't have to use a flash, and a lot of those early ganks are really just pushing for priority, pushing for pressure, rather than actually looking for a kill, especially in these neutral positions. However, a nice fight in the bot lane, a really good E from Chief. Master has to flash out to safety because he doesn't have that barrier heal. Burning that early on, especially with this low HP, against this team can be really disastrous. One good double Q from Ixie could put Master in a very dangerous position.
Yeah, yeah, these stuns, very dangerous here. Misfortune, a very punishing champion early on. You land a good double up or two, and your opponent is taken out of the lane. That a button is so punish. Oh my goodness gracious! Up on the top side, we have a fight going on that continues to go on, and will end in. Okay, let's get an instant replay of that one here, as we've got a stun.
Stun coming through. Luke goes in. Iconic gets the kill, but it's a 1-for-1 as CB Batman goes for the stun, trying to get some resets, but doesn't know if he can fight it. Keeps canceling it. Finally goes for that double Q. Maybe could have gotten it if he committed, but it's going to be the double Q for Iconic. picking it up in the jungle role. Going to be really strong, accelerating him towards what looks like a Trinity Force early on. And a Wukong on an early spike can be absolutely terrifying because of those passes, because of just how much damage he can pump out.
Yeah, his flat numbers are insane. And accelerating those with a bit of early gold, some early purchases of these components, especially into that first item breakpoint, if he can get there before Luke, that is massive. We do have to consider, though, that CB Batman is on full build, so great news, everyone. We did it. We got Vamp Scepter. We did it. We don't have to build any other items. So, yeah, unfortunately, I think the big loss there is that Valka ended up dropping, which means that even though they did get that double for Ida, that still does not help Valka out much at all, who is taking serious punishment here as CB Batman is fully locking this Gnar out of the lane, utilizing this champion to the fullest. My man's looking like KMZ last week right now.
Oh God.
I think KMZ had more CS actually, honestly.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty rough.
Oh my god.
Oh, and the solo kill dive on the
It's
tower.
a disaster.
And that's a huge wave that he's starting to miss. The bright side, TP up. You have Edaconic and Bob Robertson both on the top side, probably going to be able to punish. See, Batman's going to be forced to try and run, but without any mana, without any help on this top side, should be getting shut down. Bob Robertson looking for the kill. No way. Okay.
Oh.
Gave me a little bit of a heart attack there. CB Batman does finally go down. Bob Robertson picking up the kill. The feat of warfare as well as the 3 grubs, really good up in that top side, giving a kill over to your Ahri, getting that early objective. And all things considered, Valka, it could have been worse, right? You get the TP back. The tower was stuck on the cannon, so you do actually get most of that wave.
Yeah, it could have been so much worse for Valka. I think, getting the dive there is great. Kind of getting stuck there. I will say great roam for Bob Robertson to punish that dive onto CB Batman. Especially if Batman had more mana, maybe that could have been flipped around, but obviously we're talking a bit in hypotheticals, and in this world, CB Batman did not have enough. It was still pretty close. I was gritting my teeth a little bit there. It was a little scary, but in the end, does still go over to Bob Robertson. So that's good for the Ahri, and although we'd have 2 mid laners just gonna build Roa, because that's what you do these days, and it's super epic. Oh, double stun.
Ooh, looking at it, Valka very low. CB Batman though not quite able to finish off that kill. Nice cycling from Edaconic, it's gonna land the knockup and give enough space for Valka to finally finish it off. CB Batman now going down, forcing Luke to back up that top side. And sequence of bad events, right? A nice dive, but it's actually turning out poorly as CB Batman gave up a bunch of CS. Was Valka able to catch that wave? It's then dying up in the top side as a wave crashes with no TP himself. Not looking great now. A lot of that advantage going to be being lost pretty quickly. You still have the kill. You still have the 30 CS. You definitely do still have the lead. But across the team, most of the advantage has now disappeared. It's Skeletons, not a massive gold lead, just 200, but have sort of come back from that bit of an early deficit thanks to Edaconic skanks.
Yeah. It's exactly what you want to do. If you don't need to... You've got 2 options in a game like this where Gnar is in a matchup that he has no way of winning. You can either put resources into minimizing the losses, which is what they're opting into doing, or you send your jungler and, feed your Gnar to the wolves. I think this game, you really do want Gnar to not be sent to the birds. And I think since Misfortune and Tarek are doing fine on their own, and mid lane nothing ever happens because it is in fact a double Roa matchup in the mid lane, I think it's perfectly fine for Ida to look to top lane because, of course, Batman's going to be fighting this entire time. Batman wants to try and punish, so Batman will be stepping up forward. And if he goes too far, that is a very easy punish for Ida. Waiting to see what Luke can do in this game here. Was able to get an assist earlier on the top lane skirmish in the 2v2 in top lane earlier, but otherwise has not really been doing a whole lot. Did get the first Drake. We have our second one coming up in about a minute 30. Second round of Grubbins probably coming up in the next couple minutes. So really, we're just waiting for some of these neutral objectives or for somebody to really step up and blunder here. Ida Conic is going to be back in base. We'll step out onto the Rift. We've got 3 players topside. They're looking for an invade, but they're not going to find anything. I don't know what Chief is doing here. They don't have the numbers. They're going to fight.
Yep, and Chief going down. Leads way. A nice stun onto Bob Robertson, just for the flare. Just gonna get that ult off. And Chief walked up a little bit too far, not respecting the collapse there in the mid lane and the roam from the Leona. Now Reaper's Blade does have to be a little careful of being run down, but does have that Spirit Rush in the back pocket, so not at any real risk. And with full pressure, they're just gonna make sure to pick up that second round of grubs. The stun goes wide though. Batman has to be careful, doesn't have that reset. Now the engage though on to Ida Conic at the Void Grub fight. Forced to use the Cyclone to try and back off. Bob Robertson here on the flank, trying to get some damage down. 21 has to be careful. Reaper's Blade finally joining up, looking for the knockup, but it hits the clone. Luckily, still getting the shutdown onto the Viego. Bob Robertson not going to be able to get out. Going to be forced to use the flash just to do it as the exhaust comes down onto Luke. Reaper's Blade not able to get that last one. 21 has to be careful going back into that mid lane. Without any more summoners or flashes up, looks like the fight's going to be over. Meanwhile, a solo kill in the bot side. So yeah, this one plays out. Oh man, was it just an ult under tower?
There's no way it's just an ult under tower, right? There's no way we just click the button and ulti him under. We just auto attack him to death.
Master jumps into it.
And he clicked cleanse? What are you cleansing? Do you think
Okay.
you have barrier, buddy? What's going on?
I feel like that was more of a misplay than a good play. Don't get me wrong, you know, good for Mixie to walk up knowing he had the pressure, but Master, that was not what that is not the level of play that we've come to expect.
Thank you for the curse. I know we're not supposed to talk about the chat, but the curse coming in squarely onto Master's forehead here. Very unfortunate right there. Also just good for Mixie knowing that he has the pressure. Obviously, it's a little bit of a bizarro maneuver from Master, but it is what it is. Occasionally those happen, no matter what level of play you're at. Again, I've been watching a lot of LCK recently, so I've seen a lot of bizarro plays. I have watched Bro. We do have a kill around the Drake as Luke goes down, and we've got the fight continuing.
Yep. It's like distracting for position, though, without any real fight coming out. Itaconic does have the potential flank if he wants it. However, it is all warded up, so has to be careful of a potential back off there.
Oh?
Ooh,
Oh, no.
Solo kill again. See, Batman gets it and is able to walk out with his life. And there is no rotation here. No Itaconic, no Bob Robertson to punish this time. See, Batman once again showing why he's getting some of the fantasy MVPs, showing why he is just that good. Really is just the outskill player. Picks these champions, plays them to their full potential, and showing off a little bit in this game.
I wonder if I mean, I guess they were on blue side. There was no way they're gonna be able to blind, as we do have a kill going over on the bot side as Ixie picks another one up here. 3-0 on the Misfortune. This champion is gonna be massive this game, and that is that's something that the Skeletons do want. They need somebody winning this game right now, especially to make up for Valka being as famine as it is. Luke is here. Valko, you gotta watch out. Okay, we're
Actually
fine.
getting out of that is criminal.
We've got
they
a
wanna
fight here in
kiss
the
it, though.
jungle, actually.
Yeah, Bob Robertson taking the blast cone out. Nice stun from CB Batman. Is he going to be able to actually get it out? Dodging a lot, but with no flash. Isn't going to be able... Oh, does have the flash. He is able to get over the wall. A nice dodge on that charm. Bob Robertson going to keep chasing it down. The Foxfire finally to finish it off. Reaper's Blade and Luke now have to be careful. Jumps over the wall, but no stuns to be had. Finally, the charm landing on a Reaper's Blade, but a nice gnar to knock all 3 members back now, forcing him to chase under tower. Reaper's Blade trying to buy time for some cooldowns, but a flash forward from Iconic going to be able to slam that staff down and get a shutdown onto the Silas. Now picking up another one. The Skeletons still in a bit of a gold deficit, but all things considered have been getting a lot more kills off the map. Most of that deficit is from the CS and plate disadvantage in the top side. As for the rest of the map, they're doing pretty damn well.
Absolutely. The Skeletons here are doing well at punishing the Wizards, playing a bit too fast and loose. The invade on the top side there, it was already going fine. You know, Luke was able to get those camps, and that's a-okay. However, once the rest of the skeletons show up, it becomes a fairly easy pinch, and I think Valka softening up CB Batman made a pretty significant difference. Granted, CB Batman didn't have a whole lot of mana, so would not have been able to throw out a whole lot in a full-on fight, but just softening up the Cyrelia champion allowed for less of a big turnaround here. And, you know, Bob Robertson was able to go aggressive with the Spirit Rush, and I will say, he's really smart about saving those charges for absolute overfight.
Yep, fight coming out. Ixie over the wall. Gonna finally get jumped on. Luke picking up the shutdown. Gonna try and get a little bit of a slow over the wall. Chief getting run down, but is gonna be able to use the flash to get himself out to safety.
Ooh.
Not quite. Master with an SW from downtown takes the ult in and picks up the kill. Now with full pressure, the Dragon Pit not up, but does manage to get 2 kills and a tower for their troubles, putting them back firmly in the lead with about a 3,000 gold lead now. And, you know, every time the Wizards, you know, they take a bad fight, they just come right back swinging. They find the picks that they need. They find it. And this is what we were talking about, you know, maybe not playing entirely reactively, but playing off the map knowledge that they have. Waiting for people to make a mistake and then completely capitalizing on it when they make a bad rotation.
It's what you want to see this comp do, and they're doing it quite effectively. They've got the tools to make it happen. And I will say, having Bob Robertson and Reaper's Blade fight on the top side there is what definitely sets up, because those two champions, especially Bob Robertson, is going to be the real difference maker in these roams. So if the Ahri cannot get to a fight, it's going to be extremely difficult for the skeletons to actually turn it around. And I will say that was just a good pick coming out from Luke in 21, setting that up perfectly, taking out the bot lane duo. I will say Chief had some fancy footwork, almost getting out of there, but the rush in was enough. As 21 almost potentially getting caught, as we've got 2 TPs slamming into the rift right here. It's looking like we're going to see a 5v5 kerfuffle around this Baron, around the Drake. But the vision is really, it's dark on both sides here, as the Wizards and Skeletons both have not a lot of info to work with and a lot to be afraid of. Here's Luke getting potentially caught. Stunned.
Maybe a lot of damage coming through, but able to tank it all. You weren't able to follow. CB Batman does have the flank. Finally, the Celestial opposition comes down, but it's not going to be enough. CB Batman was able to use the Defiant Dance by a lot of time. Will eventually go down, but now a beautiful re-engage. Cyclone from Ediconic. And the bullet time, taking out 3 members. Finally, the Glumstorm through from Master, but it's nowhere near enough to get that fight. Clean ace for the Skeletons, who still down in gold, but not by much. Only a couple hundred. Now full pressure, take the Dragon, taking that mid lane power. And damn, what a fight from the Skeletons. They really fired there, knew how to turn out around on a CB Batman when you had that flank. Bought enough time, but unfortunately the Wizards were not able to capitalize on it. The rest of the team just faltering a little bit too much. It really is just the top side that has that gold advantage.
It's really, yeah, and even with that top lane advantage, it doesn't matter if the guy's dead, which is kind of what happened here. I will say that the vision there was kind of the downfall of the Wizards. They were having to go into both teams were operating without any vision in the river. The Skeletons were playing around the mid lane brush, which I feel was a good idea. They had that kind of the ambush there that they needed to make use of. Wukong and Tarek work really well together at getting these kind of long-range dazzles, along with the long-range Cosmic Radiance on both sides of an engage. And I will say, because Ida was able to aggress so far forward and essentially remove Luke from the fight before it even started, it made it so that Batman, who found admittedly a very strong flank, just didn't have the backup because they were kind of blocked off completely by the threat of the Wukong, of the Ahri, and it really just came down to, especially once the fight really broke out, the bullet time there was fantastic. It looked like it didn't really hit. It hit people. It did damage. The important part about it was it cut off the ability for the Wizards to actually go into the fight. As we do have a solo bolo here from Batman on the Irelia. Looking to just play a side lane this game and force the issue. And I guess it makes sense because I don't know if anybody on the Skeletons can 1v1 match this Irelia, who is super accelerated. And we'll see if this really comes into anything. Otacon is going to get started, but I think the Wizards are just wasting time and giving Irelia space to split.
Yep. Now, cutting them off, Master is forced away from his team. Valka Fenrica goes in, manages to land the stun, huge onto Luke, who tries to use the Heart Piercer to get out, but the animation just takes a little bit too long. Meanwhile, on the bot side, they're really putting CB Batman in that advantage to work as he takes an inhib tower at 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20-minute inhib will go down. CB Batman going to stay down there, although Bob Robertson has the HP advantage. It is Irelia, though. Can't count this champion out, saving that last Spirit Rush to dodge the stun. We don't do it. We are holding frame. We're aura farming right now. As
It's clipped by the edge of the queue, though.
Yeah, CB Batman just waiting for the minion wave, wasting everyone's time here as Bob Robertson. You see those little petals going in. Stun goes wide. That's almost good. That's gonna be curtains for CB Batman here.
There's time for the ultimate too. You can see it just came up. If he was able to like buy a little bit of time on that minion wave, land the stun, he might have actually been able to turn that, which is a crazy thought.
Yeah, a formidable effort for sure.
Nah, wasn't able to get it through though. And the Otacon goes down to the Skeletons as well, who again still at a gold deficit, but it is all on that top side. The 4v4 really not that strong for the Wizards. They really need CB Batman in these fights, but with the Hullbreaker picked up, I think they've kind of committed to just trying to stick him in a side lane and win through the side lane advantage that he has. Unfortunately, it's really hard right now.
Do we have a Finchy Herald just dropped at base? Oh geez. It's
Bob
emotional
Robertson.
support Herald.
Rod of Ages check. Bob Robertson now done. We have Reaper's Blade at 9, so
yeah,
a little
Reaper's
bit
Blade
further
at
behind.
9, point at clock 9, Monka S. We do have these Rod of Ages are coming online. The tanky mid lane mages. This is the future of League of Legends, folks. You may not like it, but this is what Superior Summoner's Rift Gaming looks like. Speaking of Superior Summoner's Rift Gaming, CB Batman on the side lane again. Reaper's Blade on the bot side here as Bob Robertson is kind of matching the Silas here. Iconic going to be revealing themselves. This turret's very low. They could go for an easy pinch onto Reaper's Blade, but committing so many resources on bot side here opens up a window for CB Batman to just go crazy on the top side.
Yep. Man, just pick that one up. Not going to land the stun on Valka. He's going to go into Magnar. Luke, you can see around to try and maybe punish, but Valka's playing it pretty safe. There's no reason for him to walk up, no wave to get. Knows that all of the Wizards are off the map, so there's not really reason to walk up. Could be a soul point for the Skeletons if they move over towards that. You can see them positioning on that bottom side of the map, and the Wizards instead positioning towards the top to maybe get a tower, maybe fight their way in. It seems like they've kind of given up on trying to get the team fights out, at least until they can get the rest of their team a bigger advantage. Bob Robertson ends the charm. Reaper's Blade has to be careful. Appears to not be able to... Nope, is able to ult the Ahri. Does have the Spirit Rush if needed. An engage from Iconic on the bot side. Valk has to be careful, though. Luckily, Chief's able to back it up there. TP from Bob Robertson trying to save the towers. Meanwhile, Ixie and Luke gonna try collapsing back onto that dragon. You can see they just want to try and maybe go for the punish here. Ixie lands the slow, but he might be in a little bit of danger as he gets hit by the solar flare. Forced to flash over the wall, but now it's all Luke all alone. Forced to use the Heart Piercer and the Flash to get out. Reaper's Blade used the TP just to try and get in, but it's not going to be enough. Now Iconic peeling off the dragon, landing the Cyclone onto 3. Keeps going forward. The stun goes in onto 2. Ixie manages to pick up 1. Now finally we see Batman's in the fight, but Nars into the wall, and Valk is able to save the rest of his team. Now, maybe not quite a victory march, but a massive upgrade here. Both teams trying to fight for the objectives, but it's the Skeletons that come out on top. As Iconic pulls back towards the dragon just to solo it, put themselves on soul point, as the Skeletons pick up yet another team fight win.
The Skeletons once again showing the power of this 4-man squad. jungle, mid, and bot lane here. And honestly, Valka has been doing so much despite being at essentially not participating in the game. A lot of really good ultis, a lot of really good just poking damage, doing a good job softening up these targets that are a bit harder for the Misfortune to kill. I think has been doing so well in that role. The big thing there in that fight was Luke got chunked out so early that we could not see any potential resets. You saw that the HP bars on the side of the skeletons were dipping dangerously low, but without the ability to actually safely dive in, get the execute, get the reset, turn into somebody else, this Viego champion can't really do anything, and unfortunately got chunked out so early there by Ixie and Bob Robertson that it became so difficult to actually pilot that fight. And unfortunately for CB Batman, who is essentially the entire team right now, if Luke falls, it's all on all of our hopes are in Ari's hands, and or not Ari, in Irelia's hands. And unfortunately, Irelia can't quite 1v5. Not quite that kind of champion. Speaking of full lockdown here, but
maybe
that's
back
3
in the
players
day.
on bot side. TP's going to come in from Valka, but that is Big Gnar wasted, and this Baron's going to go quick.
Yeah, Master trying to fight, but zoned off because of the Ari. Now has to jump out. Finally using the ult, manages to get enough damage down that he might be able to win that fight. 21 flashing forward, stun comes out. The shutdown onto Bob Robertson and Valka Fenrica. Gonna be nice, but not quite able to get the Baron. But 2 for 1, well, 2 for 2 counting the Aurelia, I think is more than useful. But if you turn it 2 for 3, maybe not as much as Edaconic goes in. A nice stun from the Chief, going to be able to pick that one up. Another one lined up, and Ixie picks up the kill. And this might mean that Skeletons can now turn their eyes towards the Baron. Not a lot of potential to fight back. CB Batman without any TP. Luke without any ultimate to get over that wall. And 21 with no Solar Flare means that there's really no way for them to fight into this Baron.
Luke is going to try and go for a steal, but has no ulti, has no flash. Really only has the stealth to try and get in. I will say, as somebody who has stolen major objectives from Edaconic, it is very easy. You just got to get in there. Unfortunately, I don't think Luke is going to have that opportunity. Will be stealth is going to go for it, and I don't know what to say. They're going to die. Horribly,
yeah, I mean, they both died, but they do pick up the Baron
It's
steal.
that easy. He can't smite. You just get it for free.
Edaconic's one weakness, he can carry the team fights, he can get the ultimate flanks, amazing ganker. But when it comes to the smites, unfortunately, that is the kryptonite of the Skeletons. They're not able to actually finish off the objectives that they start. Stun from CB Batman. And now Baron on to 2 members does give him a little bit of a push, but still, it's really rough. Still gonna lose this tower. They're still down numbers. Reaper's Blade potentially looking for a flank, but they're down XP as well. The Reaper's Blade only level 15, down 2 levels in the mid lane. CB Batman does have the upper hand, but everyone else is still behind. And in order to try and to really use this Baron, they need the team to regroup. They need to try and move as a unit, but unfortunately, again, their strongest member, the one with all the gold on the team, is someone you want on that split push.
Yeah, it's kind of a dilemma here with some of these split push champions. Bob Robertson gonna get engaged on.
And we speed up a little to catch back up. Master jumps in with the ultimate. So it's saying, please hit that, please hit the vision plant, guys!
No.
And he goes down to Bob Robertson. Oh, it's a disaster. What can you say? It's so rough.
Sorry, I'm clipping Ida missing smite here. My other monitor. Sorry, no toxicity here for me. I love you, Ida. Smiley face, heart emoji. CB Batman will attempt to kill Valka here, but I think Valka's at a point where, yeah, probably still dies, but it does take a while to actually kill CB Batman. So we'll see what really amounts from this. The next drag is up in 30 seconds. Vision looking pretty good for the Wizards here on the bot side of the Rift, but the first crack at the objective is probably going to go over to the Skeletons, although Ida's not on that side of the map, so I think the Wizards are going to have the man advantage down here. They don't really have any ability to clear Vision right now. Sweeper is not up quite yet. It will be up soon. So they're going to clear out vision pretty quickly, but I don't know. Wizards have given over position of the objective to the skeletons here. They're just trying to buy time for Batman, but I think the Bat's dead, folks. It's looking like Suicide Squad out here. Batman is dead, Zo.
Itaconic, though, might have been caught out. Flashes over the wall. As this comes up, the TP comes through to try it. Huge charm and lineup from Bob Robertson, but it's a lot of damage. Unfortunately, not able to finish it off. Gonna have to use Valka for that. Now Luke trying to find the rest of the kills, but Bob Robertson was able to land a charm. A little bit of Foxfire to finish off the kill. Reaper's Blade finally picking up Valka on the back end of the fight, but now has to be careful. Dashes in, steals the ultimate Spirit Rush. Flash forward from Sheep, but just a little bit of a miss time, unfortunately. There's not enough fuel left in the tank to get out of there. Bob Robertson heals up a little bit off the wave. Scared of the Gromp, not going to take that one. But turning their eyes back towards the Soul, Skeletons are going to be able to pick up this Chemtech Drake uncontested. As they pick up, what is this, their 5th fight win in a row?
Yep.
It's just really feeling rough for the Wizards. It feels like it's just a matter of time. Each time, even if they land good picks, they just don't have enough damage. They don't have enough fuel left in the tank after the initial engage to actually finish off all the members, especially when you have this much mobility and this much sustain from the Terror.
I think the biggest indicator that it might be lights out for the Wizards here is that Gnar won the 1v1. Gnar beat Irelia in the 1v1. She didn't even take out the tower to do it, so she traded herself quite significantly here. We're going to speed up here as we are in a bit of a lull state, making up for some of that time we rewound a little bit, as there is not a whole lot happening. Going to be some posturing here in the jungle, but not a whole lot else. The Skeletons, I would say, probably should just play around the 4-stack in mid. It's going to be your best bet here, especially now that you can kind of trust Valka to at least hold his own in the bot side. I don't necessarily know if it's the big play, but considering there's no other major objective, you might as well just send everybody to kill this guy, who is now dead. The Bat's dead again, folks.
Feeling like death in the family over here. Just every Bat died. We'll be able to pick up Ixie on the rotation. Only the second death of the game. Gonna be, yeah, it is a pretty big play, but the Baron's not up for another 50 seconds, so whether or not they're actually gonna be able to do anything with it is a different story, but getting the shutdown gold is gonna be a nice consolation prize. Again, like we said, it's a matter of, like, you need so many more of that, so many more kills, so many more fight wins, just to get on even footing again.
Yeah, it is going to require so much here for the Wizards to get themselves back into the game, because they're just at so many deficits on champions that are not CB Batman exactly. Especially in the mid lane and bot lane, the carries of both on the Wizards are just doing so little here. Cosmic Radiance was swiped here, but the Skeletons can just wait that out. They don't have to let the Wizards play the game, and the Wizards unfortunately don't really have, aside from landing a good Solar Flare, their engage is not that good. So, or like an Irelia flank, but Irelia's on full side lane duty right now. She's splitting the entire game, and they're gonna try and win 4v4, but I don't know. It's pretty rough here. The Baron is spawned. We're going to see the 4v4 start. Luke will have to burn ulti, as now CB Batman is going to be no longer in a 1v1, but we'll get one here.
Yep. Oh my god, is he going to lose the 1v1 though? Valka finally gets his revenge. Finally able to take the oppressor. 21 though on the wraparound here. Maybe trying to pick up Itaconic. The Celestial.
Oh my god.
Nice steal, going to completely cancel out the bullet time. Big extra stun though. Itaconic goes back in with the Cyclone, and they're just melting the clone though. Ixie picking up 21. The stun doesn't manage to land anywhere else, but Ixie keeps running, keeps getting the slows down. Master has to be careful. Is forced to flash out, and look how much damage just one auto does.
Ouch.
And now we're really seeing this game is the full extent of just how strong this Taric pick was.
Yeah, especially for the Skeletons here. we saw that Cosmic Radiance go down, but unfortunately, like, although it did end up saving them from standing in the bullet time without any movement, they still got chunked out really hard at the start of that fight, which ended up just the HP bars were too low for the Wizards to actually keep going there, despite the Cosmic Radiance. And the big problem is that even if they steal the Cosmic Radiance, it just feels like it's doing so little here, because again, their engage is loaded entirely into whether or not they land a Solar Flare. You might honestly be better off just ditching the Cosmic Radiance and going for a Spirit Rush or stealing Cyclone, even stealing Gnar, I think would be better. And once you get late into the game, have enough CDR, you can actually steal the Gnar ulti twice, I think, in a long enough team fight. So that's an option they could consider, as Bob Robertson, I think, will not take one with him, and will in fact die horribly. But what's going to be traded in response here as a Baron up Skeletons break down the doors eventually? Oh man, the minion wave was so slow. Oh no.
It's just getting destroyed. This kind of feels rough, because like, you know, the team's talking about it and they know that this is probably the best way, but it does feel like a solo queue game when your entire base is getting destroyed and the Irelia is just like
Yep.
just
somebody
pushing in the
just-
bot side. You got the elevator music going, you know.
Yeah. My man, it's AirPods in, chat full muted, listening to his favorite music, moisturized, thriving in his own lane. That's a top lane experience right here. Unfortunately, Valka is now at a point again where the Irelia doesn't auto win. As long as Valka can play the 1v1 well, which is going to still be pretty risky. I will say, with Elder coming up, the Wizards do have the better position right now. They don't have a lot of vision out, but they do have the wards they need. As Reaper's Blade, yeah, gonna steal the Gnar. I think that is a smart idea. Probably couldn't steal, yeah, doesn't look like he could steal the Terra ulti, as we've got a stun coming out. Batman's in trouble.
Yep, Edaconic goes in, lands it, the ultimate
Radiant.
comes down to save the rest of the team, and any hope that the Wizards might have had is vanishing. The Skeletons pick up a clean ace with a triple kill from Bob Robertson, TP coming through for Valka, and the victory march running down the rest of the base. The Wizards hold on for a while. Oh man, they're all they know that the writing is on the wall. They're just all
going
for
with
it.
that.
They're saying, "All right, buddy, we know it's already over. Let's go get our water, get ready, head into the next game." And Skeletons, not quite able to finish it out. I think definitely taking a bit longer than they should have to close out that game, but do eventually close it out in 37 minutes, give or take. And looks like we're in for a series.
Yeah, that was a great opener from the Skeletons here. It looked, obviously it looked a little rough in the earlier stages when Valka was in the trenches getting slaughtered by Irelia. But fortunately, the rest of the Skeletons, they did their jobs perfectly to sort of mitigate that. Early on, you saw Ida applying a lot of pressure on top side, negating as much of that advantage as he could. Ixie and Chief played so well in the bot side. And just across the map, Luke, I feel like, was playing a little slow this game in terms of getting things done. Got completely outpaced by Edaconic. And aside from a good smite steal, really just wasn't able to do a whole lot. Got chunked out before almost every major fight in the later stages of the game. And the Silas pick did not deliver. I gotta say, it could have... it could have been better. I expected more from the Silas here, but it really just did so little in the game. It wasn't able to get any good flanks, didn't do a whole lot of damage. Compare that to Bob Robertson's Ahri, who went sicko mode this game, finding so many good angles, so many good flanks, and getting a ton of great picks as well. Bob Robertson did so well this game. So just good stuff from the Skeletons as a whole.
Yep. I don't really know if I have much else to say. Obviously, Ixie, great job as well. Only 2 deaths that entire game. Same with Sheath and Ediconic as well, you know, playing super well. You can see the Taric, despite having the lowest damage, probably had an insane amount of healing, just provided so much raw utility through the team. Through tanking, through the Locket, through the Night Spell, through amazing Cosmic Radiances that kept the team alive through all of their insane engages. And it really felt like this team just worked as a cohesive unit, and the Wizards seemed a bit scattered, especially in those later stages of the game.
Yeah, but we'll see if they can pull it back together here in game 2 and turn this into a real series on our hands, or if the Skeletons can make something happen in the game 2 draft. We'll see you in the draft for that game 2.
There's way more to avenge. 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power.
All right, everybody, welcome back into draft for game 2. The Skeletons starting it off 1-0. Bit of a not a turbo upset, nothing called quits just yet, but a lot of people expected the Wizards 3-1, 3-0s, big up on it, but Skeletons coming out of the gate swinging with honestly a pretty dominant victory. It really was just that one roll that brought everything around. Everything else falls apart a little bit, although Wizards were able to hang on long past their due date, so I definitely still think we have a series.
Yeah, the Wizards, they've got so much talent in their roster that even though they had a very, shaky start in that first game, they're going to be able to bounce back. Just kind of got to consider some of the ways they need to play together. I think one of the Wizards' best strengths throughout the season was their ability to play team fights very well, navigate those sort of 5v5 skirmishes very well. And we just didn't see a whole lot of that because of how the game shook up. Their best win condition was sending Irelia on the split, which just sort of prevented their ability to actually play those fights. And once they started doing that, or in the situations they did, it ended up just not working out because somebody got chunked out too early, or just something else went horribly wrong. Meanwhile, the Wizards are going to go back to basics here, picking up some champions that will allow them to hold control over choke points and siege objectives very effectively. Also giving them some mid and late game power here between the Victor and the Caitlyn. So the Orianna is the blind for mid lane. Mid laner's getting picked up super early this series. I do like that. I think that's a very fascinating a very fascinating kind of decision being made. So we have the J4 gonna get picked up for Ida Conic, a classic, taking that. It's a good ball delivery system, and it takes it away from the Victor pairing.
That is true. And a big thing here also, that we've seen is Skeletons love their first pick, safe mid laner, like very reliable mid laner. Ari and Orianna, probably the two, honestly, the top 2 mid laners that are like the epitome of just flexible, safe, all-rounder style control mages. So having that power, and Wizards, of course, even though keeping their counter pick, so we do see some pretty big similarities out of these teams. Skeletons this time going for a bit more of that team fight comp, picking up the Rumble as well. Very strong side laner, and this time telling the Wizards that they can either get the counter pick now, although Rumble could be going, could flex a bit, but probably not. But they could get it now, or they can pick up a different pick and risk getting the top lane pool pinched on the counters. And instead, we're going to pick up what looks to be the support here, and probably pinch the support pool. So 2 teams pinching rather than going for the direct 1v1s.
All right. We'll see if that can happen. The Rumble is such a fascinating choice. Kind of looking. One of the things I'm kind of curious about. Never mind. Not curious about it at all. That's definitely going to Valka. I was gonna say, what if it's Rumble mid? But then I looked at Orianna and I realized
it could be the weird off Rumble support pick that you don't see as much anymore.
I feel like we're not that far. Carry is not in this game. We're not looking at that right now.
All right.
As we do have some bans getting taken out here.
God forbid I have any fun.
Yeah, imagine having fun in League of Legends. Couldn't happen.
Yes.
The Wizards here are going to take away a couple of, I think, just ideal, just some good champions that could play into the Caitlyn Karma lane. These big dive that they took out last game. As the Skeletons, it looks like they're going to be targeting some of those matchups into the Rumble, taking away some comfort from CB Batman with the Garen. I wouldn't be surprised to see another top lane ban going out, just getting rid of another nasty matchup for Gnar. I wouldn't be able to tell you what they were because it's been a while since I've played Rumble. I said Gnar. It's been a while since I've played Rumble. I guess the Pantheon, taking away that from the jungle as well. Probably wouldn't go top lane ever in any world in the current year, but it was not impossible. But we are going to be taking that away from Luke, more than likely. So that is now on the Wizards here. They could go for the top lane pick, and that's going to be what they lock in here, saving that jungle? I guess everything's kind of face up for the Skeletons here. Meanwhile, the Wizards, I guess the Wizards are it's kind of just face up. I wonder what we kind of pick here. Skeletons do have their bot lane to pick. So what are they going to pick into Caitlyn Karma? A very oppressive, no fun lane.
You can say that again. Definitely one of those, you're going to be stuck under tower the entire time lanes. Could just go for something like the Ashe as a classic pick. Could also do something like this, the Tristana, something with really good wave clear that's a bit safer. Obviously, you know, you think safe wave clear, you think Sivir, but Sivir takes a while to get to those spikes to actually be able to clear out those waves and has very short range, so is very vulnerable to the Caitlyn. The Tristana, going to be a bit better, can always jump out of any type of Karma tethers, good wave clear. Also, the range scales up, so the later into the game you go, the better you're going to have, the better time you're going to have at dealing with that Caitlyn. You're going to be able to match your range and then eventually outscale it.
Yeah, and it also gives some potentially... It looks like we're just going to be kind of opting into the scaling for the Tristana. Going for the the often not seen, but potentially potent hyper carry Tristana angle. As that is real? Is that real? Can we get confirmation? Is that looks like it's real?
The Zed pick?
Eyes are open.
Okay.
It's not bedtime, folks.
It's not bedtime.
It is not bedtime. It is Zed time.
Wake up, everyone.
Right now. Wake up. Everybody wake up. We've got Zed on the board. For the Reaper's Blade right here. Golly gee. Huh. I'm interested. I like it.
Yeah, I'll take it. This is good. I like this.
Wait.
Waiter, more of this.
Zed jungle.
Yeah, that's why I was shocked.
Oh,
the Zed
my
mid into
God.
Orianna is like a pretty standard. This is the fun time that we're having over here.
All right, now we're gaming. We've got Rumble. We've got Zed. It's only game 2 of Fearless. What's gonna keep happening in these other games? I'm scared to find out. But I am certainly intrigued. Yeah, it looks like this is something that Luke does play. Obviously, you're not playing Zed jungle without some proficiency and knowing what you're doing. So I'm very curious to see how this goes. I'm certainly fascinated, but is it good is the question. Is it going to be good enough? And that's
the real question.
That's where I think it could be. I think this might be the angle.
Could
But
be.
I'm curious as to what you think.
I agree. I think it definitely could be. It's one of those weird situations where it's like, it's really reliant on the early performance, like actually like player skill. Like there's a lot of ways to deal with this Zed, especially when you have something like the Milio and the Orianna that can peel very well. But if you got the hands, if you got the moves with it, yeah, you can definitely pull off some crazy things with this pick.
Yeah, and I will say, Milio is a very juicy target for Zed. This small child who you can cut into 1,000 pieces very easily is a great target for the Zed. Tristana early on, when she doesn't have her range to really fight back, when she burns her jump, she's able to be cut into 1,000 pieces. The Orianna, gonna be a bit tankier just due to the nature of mid lane builds, but early on, Zed has so much ability to get tempo this game. And I think when you're opting into this carry jungle here, the Wizards do not have a whole lot in terms of engage. They've got set exactly. So it's going to come down to, can they control a point and open up a window of opportunity for Zed to get back in there, follow it up with set throwing somebody, suplexing them in on top of the back line, and just using the range from the Caitlyn and Victor to clean up. Or just poking out from the start of a fight and opening up a window of opportunity for Zed to clean up at the start, get a free pick or two, and then just win the fight due to a numbers advantage, even if your champions are not theoretically as good. But the Skeletons do have very scary Wombo here in a straight-on team fight. If we get a good Cataclysm into a Shockwave, into the Equalizer, that is devastating. And especially because the HP bars are not super high aside from Set on the side of the Wizards. If Karma doesn't have a good shield in pocket, it could feel a little dangerous. I'm going to believe in the Zed, though, because I think it will be funny. So I'm going to believe in the Wizards, personally.
Yeah, there's definitely a world where the funniest option happens. I don't know if it's this one, but there is a real chance for this to work. All things considered, this is definitely one of those wait to see how it plays out matches. So for right now, we are going to cut it to a short break. When we come back, we will be on the Rift for Game 2. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome on to the Rift for Game 2 of our series, the Wizards versus the Skeletons. Skeletons coming out and swinging in Game 1. A bit of an upset victory, but the game's not over yet. There's still much League of Legends to be played. And Luke coming out with the Zed Jungle special in this one, shaking things up a little bit.
Yeah, the old saying is, Zed or Bed, and today it is Zed. I will say, like I said, I do think this champion has a lot of potential in this game to really tear up a fight. Sort of following up on the poke of a well set up objective from the Wizards, but it is going to require a good play on the map from the Wizards here. They need to be at the objectives first. They need to hold their fort, hold the fort down, poke out, land those lasers, get like a sneaky trap or just a big ol' shot with the Q. I don't remember the ability name off the top of my head. In any case, it's just trying to get just some poke out, even the mantra Qs from Karma. If they decide to use mantra on that rather than shield, that poke could set up really well for Luke to go in and just tear up the back line of a fight. But it is going to require, again, the actually being there at the right time. Meanwhile, the Skeletons have a fairly straightforward composition to pilot, so the onus is going to be on the Wizards to make the most out of this sort of curveball pick they've brought into game 2 here. Not to say that Rumble isn't a bit of a curveball. It is certainly an interesting choice, not something you see super often. Pairs very well with the J4, but does have some weaker matchups and could struggle a bit here if he falls behind, as Rumble tends to do. So we'll have to keep an eye on how Valka does in this game, no longer in the absolutely nightmarish zero chance matchup. This time we have Ixie and Chief in the zero chance of winning matchup where nothing good will happen. I'm curious to see if Edaconic will potentially look to gank that. It is kind of difficult to make happen, and I'm sure it's very predictable considering you're shoved in the entire game that, oh, I wonder if the jungler is going to gank us. So let's see what the bot side of the Wizards do to play around that as our junglers move into the bot side here. Wizards getting that ward down. It will be spotted out, but that vision is going to be enough to kind of get the info onto if Ida's going down bot side.
Yep, looks like it. And I'm not too shocked to see that. Obviously, both these junglers padding bot. It looks like Luke just going to take the actual early back because of how fast these Zed clears are. And that's another thing, right? About these sort of forced into jungle champs, the Darius, they have very, very fast clear times, sort of forced fast clear times, because of the lack of any like regular jungle presence, not as strong ganks, not as strong in the team fights, or those sort of normal things that junglers do. So they make up for it in incredibly fast clear speed. And Luke's able to get that, take it back with double longsword, and then still hit the first scuttle before the Jarvan can. And it looks like Edaconic's going to take it back as well, expecting that the scuttle's already gone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a, doesn't want to necessarily get caught out there. Zed does have quite a bit of damage early on, especially compared to the Jarvan, who, without the kind of early power keystones like the sometimes you saw like lethal tempo if you're a psychopath. We're just conking it up this game, so a little bit of a slow go from the J4 here. It's not that he doesn't have any damage, especially because Zed is relatively squishy, but it's gonna be a lot less damage than what Zed can pump out. So I think opting into just assuming that is gone and just going for the reset is a perfectly fine choice. We'll eventually find his way down there. Presumably first to get that scuttle. And it's just going to go for an invade here. Finds an opportunity just on the right side of the map at the right time and potentially convert into a gank on the Reaper's Blade.
And I'll see if it ends up meaning anything. Edaconic still getting the damage. Reaper trying to get back towards his tower, but takes a little bit too long to flash. Edaconic picks up first blood.
Yeah, great stuff from Ida. Just saving that flash. Deciding not to, just using the flag and drag to close the gap, drop the slows there from the Orianna and the J4, and be forcing Reaper's Blade to take kind of an odd pathing, and that just set up very easily for, if Reaper's Blade flashes, you just flash and follow and kill him to death. As now Luke could be found here, does have the level advantage, will go over the wall eventually. Oh, yep, gonna run into Edaconic.
2v2 now coming up in this top side as Edaconic goes over the wall. Needs the auto on to see Batman, but it's not going to finish it off. Flash forward from Valka Fenrica because the E landed onto someone, but it's going to be a double kill picked up for Luke. And that's the Zed now 2-0. The fancy pick getting ahead early. Let's see what Luke's going to be able to do with this lead. Now the engage though comes through. Ixie trying to get some more damage down. Rooted up, has to be careful. Hit into a trap. Master now with the lethal tempo proc, trying to fire back on the damage. Looks like both going to walk away with a nice even trade having been had, but Master forced to use sums, the heal being burned as well from 21. Only Chief forced to use the heal there, so not as bad for the Skeletons as it was for the Wizards.
I will say it is certainly better for the Skeletons, and especially it sets up for them to just get another kill right here with Flash into the jump, into the kill, into the jump away. But Luke's gonna
picking up the feed, and Luke 3-0 now. The brutalizer picked up. Oh no.
Oh, he's brutalizing right now.
He's brutally.
It's looking a little scary. This is the Zed angle you want to see. The Zed accelerated here in the early game. We were talking about if the Zed does not get stuff done early on, does not get the kills early on, is not able to snowball, would just kind of be irrelevant. But these 3 kills early on is massive for Luke on this carry jungle pick. It'll make this early game, early into mid game here, so dangerous for the Skeletons just because they don't have the kinds of hard lockdown tools that are very reliable. It requires you actually landing the ability. Zed does have the ability to dodge, so it becomes a little bit more difficult to land some of those tools, especially that the Skeletons would like to have, like the Shockwave or the Flag and Drag. Even the little soccer ball kick from Milio could be pretty devastating, as we could have a Devastator in the jungle here, as Luke's gonna get found.
Yeah, has to be careful, needs to use that. Takes the ult onto Bob Robertson, doesn't quite have it, takes the Shadow back to try and pick up the kill. Lots of damage going down, but the Melio able to keep it alive, and Bob Robertson picks up a huge shutdown, but the Arcane Comet from 21 picks up the kill. The shutdown bad, but it wasn't enough. Now Chief and Edaconic in a bit of danger. Reaper's Blade stuck in the middle of everyone, and Ixie picks up the kill.
Reaper's Blade getting found out there as Valka could be going for some vengeance once again. A solo polo for the Rumble in the top side. That is huge. CB Batman looking like struggling a little bit up here on the top side, but Luke going for an invade there. They are able to get one, but unfortunately the turn by the Skeletons was right when it needed to be, and they were able to catch out Reaper's Blade in the jungle. No way out. Giving that over to Ixie is massive. Another kill into the pocket of the Tristana. Once she gets those items, if she can get them before Caitlyn does, she's able to continue pressuring here, especially without the exhaust, without the heal on the side of the Wizards. Once those are down, Ixie can at any time threaten a lethal push with the help of Chief backing him up. So it becomes very dangerous. What if this Tristana can get any more gold down here, as Iconic's gonna lock up Reaper's Blade.
Yep, has to be careful. Reaper's Blade getting run down, and see Iconic picking up the kill. Looking a little bit similar now. The last game with Edaconic picking up all these kills. The opposite though, Valka's the one with the lead in the top side this time. Ixie with another lead in the bot lane as well, and it's actually Skeletons up 1,000 gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, okay, we do have a kill.
Oop. Nice, Master has to be careful. Ixie might pick up another one here. Does. Now has the jump reset to jump on to 21. Pick up the slow. 21 missing the Q, yeah, for the slow, but Ixie not quite able to get enough to get the kill. Edaconic again in the top side. CB Batman has to be careful. Trying to dodge out, maybe pick up something here. Maybe use the ult to try and get himself out to safety. Has to use that Haymaker. Lands a lot of damage onto Valka, but isn't quite able to land the ult in time. Edaconic picks up another one, and the Skeletons are just rolling over the Wizards right now.
Yeah, aside from Zed, who is doing very well for themselves, picking up that first item, who I don't think I've ever seen purchased by anyone, so I don't know its name. Anyone wanna? You know what that is? The funny sword?
Cyclosword?
Cyclosword? Okay. That item is a sick name.
It's Voltaic Cyclosword. It's the it's what's it called? It's the energized item. Lucian used to build it when he had that like energized builds early on, last season.
Gotcha. I feel like this is the first time I've seen somebody build it in any of the games I've watched this season across any leagues I've watched. But to be fair, I haven't watched very closely in some of these cases. So, you know, Zed's got what matters is he's got the item. The name less relevant. What matters is he's got it. So Luke is very dangerous, but unfortunately for him, the Skeletons are doing a good job sort of making up for that deficit. Reaper's Blade has been kind of shut out of the game right now on 1 and like 1 1/5 of an item here. I guess, no, not 1 1/5. It's like the math here is he does not have an item yet. He does not have a completed item. Caitlyn also does not have a completed item. Completely outpaced and outmatched as the shockwave is a sombrero there from Bob Robertson. A little bit of a blunder, but you know, happy fiesta for Bob Robertson. This game does have the pool party sun hat, so it's very fun.
Yep. Yeah,
As we
things not
just
looking
kinda stand around.
too bad. There's still things to be had. There's still things to be done. It's not that much of a danger, but you know, you do have to still be careful here. There's still a lot that could go wrong if we're not careful. So you have to really consider, like, okay, not out of it yet, but it could still get worse. Like, it's definitely, there's still worse things that can happen. So you really
You
have to
gotta
play
pinch.
around your win conditions, play around your outs here. And I don't know if going in on the 1v3 is
God.
necessarily an out. Huge equalizer to completely cut off the team. Now putting them both in the cage. Chief backs up his team with the campfire. Steven Batman able to finish off one. Luke still here, but without any cooldowns up is going to be very hard. Idaconic with the flash
Oh my
picks up one,
God.
picks up another,
Zed, ju-
and it's
Zed
4
just
kills
died.
down there.
Zed
Yeah,
just straight up
and,
died. Like,
Yeah, that was a huge flash. It was like the Sundered Sky plus I think the dub. So no,
I mean,
you know what it was? It was
it's,
Chief. It was
Jarvan
Chief
passive.
giving the extra passive damage plus the Jarvan passive plus the Sundered Sky passive plus
Sky.
the like flash
Oh.
EQ dam. It came out so fast it just looked like a one shot. And it almost was. Ixie does have to be careful though, Master. Doesn't have the
Oh.
ace in the hole. Flash
Ixie
forward from
doesn't have
Ixie
to
though.
be
Very
careful.
confident in this one. But it's
Oh, yeah, he
Master
had to
picking
be
up the
careful.
kill. Yeah, he had to be careful. Doing a little bit too much there.
yeah, you know, trading one back to Master after last game, getting kind of a solo kill for no reason. Ixie giving one back, showing solidarity for the 80 carries in this game, as Luke's gonna get another steal on. What? I don't know what else to say. I come on. This is anyone have anything to say about Edaconic smiting? I cannot believe this has happened twice.
Is there anything to be said at this point? This is a little. I feel
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter because that does die, and it's like, who cares about this Drake? Still died, still burnt everything, but it is what it is. And I can't clip it because I'm stuck in an ad break. I'd like to say thank you to Twitch.television for being a fantastic platform. I guess I could subscribe to get rid of the ads. All right. Sorry. Got sidetracked. Analysis. Drake does go over to the Wizards. That's pretty good. This is not.
No, it isn't. I do not know about this one. This is a little bit of a strange fight. Ixie picks up 21 goes down as well. Ixie still not dying, still kept alive. Luke in the middle of 4, not going to be able to pick up another one as Edaconic starts dominating 7-1. And Reaper's Blade goes over the wall. Just, I guess, see everyone's dead bodies. Again, it feels like Skeletons just have complete control, and the Wizards can do nothing but watch from the sidelines, can watch from their own death timers.
Yeah, it's 5k gold lead for the Skeletons here. Edaconic massive in this game. The Zed, despite all the kills he's picked up, has kind of already fallen off a bit of a cliff here. Does have that damage, can still go for those picks, but it'll be a bit more difficult into this Milio and the Orianna to actually make it happen. As, you know, it's unfortunate. I think that the Wizards comp does still have the things it can do, but unfortunately they're put so far behind, especially Reaper's Blade. You're looking at that gold difference in the mid lane. It is like 1 point whatever. It's real bad. It's real bad for Reaper's Blade in this game, relatively speaking. Master is a bit closer. Caitlyn is not necessarily out of it, of course, but man, if you're the Victor here, Victor has a bit of inevitability to him, but inevitability it doesn't necessarily guarantee anything because you still gotta get there. And I'm unsure if Reaper's Blade has the time to get there. unless the Wizards can do a good job stalling out. They have tools to stall, but I feel like if you're Zed and you're stalling, you feel a little sad for yourself, just kind of like, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for something to do, as you're just waiting for your carries to buy items so you can play the game. It feels a little depressing, but, could still find some cheeky picks. Could still just get some random kills out there, and that'll feel pretty good, I would imagine. As we do have the Herald getting picked up. Herald plus 5 grubs. Gonna be very dangerous. Luke gonna look for something here. Can be found, though, as a good scrying plant from Ixie. He smelled that one. He sniffed it out. Can't
Sniffed
get
it
him.
out.
He's seen everything.
No, he's already on that Steve Batman getting picked off once again. Vodka with another kill. Not much else to say.
Kill. Yeah, not much else to say there, of course. As 7-1 still on Ida, 5-2 on Ixie. The carries, once again, for the Skeletons are so accelerated. You wonder why we gave Ixie All-Pro, That's all I'm saying. Did we give him All-Pro? Did we actually decide on that, or did we get overruled?
No.
I gave him All-Pro.
See.
Yeah. That's why this is why we gave Ixie All-Pro. That's all I'm saying here.
Sure,
Dude's
Master
going
caught out again.
crazy this series, yeah. Master having a really rough series here. Very uncharacteristic. You can make the excuses you want about, playing on high ping or whatever, but throughout the rest of the season, Master has not played this badly. I feel like the Skeletons are just doing a fantastic job exploiting some of his more over-aggressive tendencies.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It feels a bit strange, honestly. Like, throughout the season, Luke's been a lot better. Honestly, all of these players feel a lot better, and it just seems like they're not showing up tonight. I don't know. Maybe the Skeletons are just that good, but a lot of these do feel like very simple mistakes made by the Wizards that they just can't be making in a Grand Finals match.
The game is still not over, though. We aren't even at 20 minutes yet. It certainly feels very bad, of course. We are now at a 7k gold lead for the side of the Skeletons, as we have the Shojins picked up on Edaconic. We have the Rumble inching ever closer to that second item. Oriana as well on a pretty big breakpoint, as Ida's just gonna kill you to death. Get killed by the shield, idiot, as Bob, blast away right there. Team Rocket getting out of that one.
Yeah, really good. And you can see just how insane this game has been going. Chief has the second item Magi's picked up on the Milio.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. I feel like if you're Chief this game,
why not?
Sort of ends up like Yumi, where you can just get Magi's because your champion is so safe. And if you're losing a fight, you're already out of there. You just leave him to die. It's okay. So I feel like this is definitely one of those champions you can afford to get the Magi's on. And with the 10 stacks here, just so much extra healing, so much extra shielding. Even the little soccer balls are going to start hurting at least a little bit on some of these squishy champions with enough stacks. So, yeah.
You say that like they don't... It doesn't... I'm pretty sure Milio Q has 140, 150% AP ratio. For some reason.
It's huge. It's massive. Because it's one damaging button. Speaking of damaging buttons, there are a lot of them, and they all went into Bob Robertson, who is very dead. But
nice kill picks up. That does give him a bit of an opening. They're going to try and move towards the Otacon. Unfortunately, Edaconic and Chief are here just to make sure that doesn't happen. Ixie as well. See Batman and Valka still fighting on the bot side. Even with the pick, I don't know if they're really going to be able to get anything. It's the Edaconic goes over the wall, gets the slow onto Reaper's Blade, but it's a root from 21. They're getting a lot of damage down. They might actually be able to pick up the kill here. Yes, they are. Huge shutdown under Reaper's Blade. Almost 1,000 gold pickup there.
Yeah, another big pickup. And getting that jungle there is going to set up an opportunity to start the Otacon. However, it's not free. Valka does have TP. Ori does have TP. Otacon is a dangerous enough target. I feel like you see a lot of teams in pro play throw at Otacon, so we're making the smart play of not wasting our time here, especially because so much was invested into moving these Skeletons members up there. Just gonna back off. Give that... Let nobody take it for right now and consider jumping on it later, as we've got 2 minutes till the Drake. Herald is no longer happening. We do have the Baron coming up in about 3 minutes, so still a little while away from a major objective to fight over, but that has not stopped these teams anyways, so I think it's going to come down to, for the time being, can the Wizards get somebody on a side lane, get somebody kind of sleeping, pushed a little too far forward, use the Zed, exploit some of those weaknesses. But I guess kind of the unfortunate thing is if Zed goes in and gets a kill, often he's not going to give any extra gold over to anyone else through assists. So it'll be a victory if he can do it, but it might not be a victory as all, as we've got 2 on Valka and bot side. He's going to die, but will he be the sacrifice for the Otacon?
Let's see.
Luke is
Who
here.
knows?
Get him away.
They-
Get him away. All right,
they
we
see
did
it
it.
happening, but they can't. Yeah, they can't finish anything else off. It doesn't really matter. They saw it happening, but they weren't able to actually do anything about it. That's kind of one of the sad parts about it, right? Is you feel so rough. You go in, you know it's happening, but you're just not strong enough to stop it. They were able to take out Valka though, as a little bit of a consolation prize, so they'll take it.
Just a consolation prize. You feel okay about that. But I feel like Valka is also like, yeah, I'm all right with that. Giving over their own life to secure, having 2 people on bot side, making sure that the Otacon is in your favor is an A-okay trade, especially since Valka does not necessarily need to be there. Obviously, the Rumble is huge for these fights. And as we see this next Drake come up, the Skeletons are actually really slow getting here. This is the kind of position that the Wizards want to be in, controlling the choke points with these 2 Siege champions. The only thing is, do they have enough damage to make it work? As Ida is around, they do have Tristana in the mid lane. The HP bar is going to get low. Is Ida going to get the steal? Will we see the flipperoo? No, he will not.
Nope. Tries it. Soul Point now picked up for the Wizards. Big on them. Master, though, with a full charge, jumps into the team. Edaconic with a nice cage. Ixie picks up another one. Reaper's Blade. The last carry is trying to do something as Luke runs for the hills. Double kill on the Tristana. Bunch of dead players. Luke finally going to go down. A triple kill for the Tristana. Quads in the end of it all, and Skeletons have just been on a tear for the past 2 hours.
I feel like I don't necessarily know if anybody expected this. The Wizards have been doing so well throughout the entire regular season. Their playoff series was a clean 3-0, and it wasn't even particularly close, but now the Skeletons, despite a rough early season, have ramped up so hard into the playoffs here, and had their own dominant 3-0, and now it's looking like they're on pace to make it happen again here in the finals, as CB Batman will be found, but solo killed by Bob Robertson. The split push does not pan out, and I feel like CB Batman once again with the hole breaker deciding maybe we got to split, but you don't have an advantage. Your team is not designed for this. What are the 4 members who are in the 4v4 gonna do? They don't do anything. They don't have an engage. They just get engaged on. It feels a little iffy. Obviously, this is a dire situation, so we're throwing spaghetti at the wall and see if it sticks, and it is not sticking. That needs to be cooked a little bit longer.
Not looking great. Maybe had it to start, but no, not anymore. Just not feeling it today, I guess. There really is not a lot to be done at this point. It feels just so bad. Every time the Wizards think they might have a chance of getting something, the rest of the team is there. Skeletons have just been moving as a cohesive unit. They feel like a bunch. I don't even know how to describe it. They feel just like this very tight ball, like a rubber band ball. You know what I mean? Like they're just bouncing all over the map together. Yes. They're impossible to actually break apart. They hit harder than you would expect from a ball like that. And it feels almost impossible to sort of dismantle it piece by piece. It feels like you just have to try and tear it apart all in one go, but it's just so hard to do.
Yeah, it is a tough call here. We've got CB Batman on the split once again, but it feels like we're just playing all the notes with no emotion behind it here, as the Wizards are going to look to pretty cleanly and easily secure, or I'm sorry, the Skeletons will easily secure this Baron, and that will stop the side lane push, and now it's going to be an engage onto Reaper's Blade.
Yep. Nothing found, though, so don't have to worry too much about that, but it's still not feeling great.
Yeah, it's feeling really bad here, and the Wizards are definitely in a dire strait. 9k gold down at this point. I have to wonder, is this a situation where I don't know if there's an angle where they come back, because it just feels like the inevitability of the victor just doesn't mean anything at this point, as 21 is gonna get taken out here, but we could see a flip. Nah,
Ooh, Killer Master. Ixie's just flipping everyone. So Batman does finally pick up the shutdown. Unfortunately, no perfect game for Chief. Bob Robertson takes a lot of damage. Luke's still up, though, goes over the wall, might be able to finish Bob Robertson, but he goes into the stasis.
Warning.
You can hear it, you can just hear it in your head as the Skeletons run it down. Triple kill for Valka, and Xy's just been knocking on the base the entire time. Gonna take it out, pick up game 2 in commanding fashion. Nowhere near as dragged out as the last one. Feels like they had, apart from the Dragons, pretty much every objective in the driver's seat. And Skeletons go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I will say, I did not personally expect this to happen. This game, despite me wanting to bet on Ida, I bet all of my money on the Wizards at the behest of a fellow intellectual, and I have now lost my house. So I'll see everybody at the soup kitchen pretty soon. Thank you for your support. In any case, that aside, it's bad. It's looking real bad for the Wizards. The Skeletons are playing on their A game today. It feels like every single player on the Skeletons have really leveled up from where they have been throughout the rest of the season. They've all finally come together, and they're making some serious magic happen tonight. Whereas the Wizards, despite being magical in their own hands, have just kind of fell flat. They've fizzled out entirely this series. Master feels like he's a different player than we've seen in the past 2 seasons of draft. Reaper's Blade has been struggling so hard against Bob Robertson, and CB Batman is kind of just going back to old reliable solo queue play, despite the fact that it might not be what the team needs. So I feel like the Wizards need to go back to the drawing board, remind themselves that we dominated the regular season. We played this kind of game. We're gonna try and make that happen. Whether or not you win is a different story. But you gotta do something. Maybe going back to old reliable, ditching some of these wacky picks. The Zed was cute, but it did not pan out in the end. In the face of the accelerated Skeletons comp. So I hope the Wizards can pull it back around and we don't get a 3-0 stomp, but it is looking very tough with how on fire the Skeletons seem.
Yeah, Wizards really need to go mentally reset here. This is the point where you get water, you tell everyone, all right, take a 5-minute break, just chill, nothing that happened before matters, right? We're going into an entirely new game, screw Fearless, we can work around it, everything else doesn't matter, right? This is the first game of the series, complete mental reset, finally get back, and show why you're here, show why you were that first seed, because right now, they don't look like it, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it happen as we go into our break before the Game 3 draft. We'll see you in just a few moments.
They say I have a grim sense of humor.
All right, everybody, welcome back into draft. Game 3, Skeletons up 2-0. Will they make it a 3-0 sweeper? Will the Wizards be able to come back? Becky has already been put into the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, it's already Shadow Realm time for me, which is a-okay, because I am still here, and that's what really matters. I'll have got my pink on my other monitor, giving a menacing hue to me. Maybe not menacing, but in either case, we do have. Going into this draft here, the Wizards have a lot to do. They've decided to switch over to the blue side this game to try and get a first pick, and it looks like they will be getting the Syndra that has been taken away from them by bans so far. Skeletons opting to go for some top lane bans this time, taking away some strong top lane picks that Batman could use to just kind of blind and bully Valka. The response to the Syndra looks like it could be the Galio. I do like that. I think it's a smart choice, and it sets up for how the Skeletons have been playing this series, sort of as a 5-man rubber band ball, bouncing around and beating everyone to death. A ton of great junglers available. Would not be surprised to see them go for that. And it's the classic. It's the you click R button duo here with the Vi and the Galio. Meanwhile, the Wizards going to be going for the potentially picking up the blind Cassante. An interesting choice considering Skeletons do have the chance to pick up a counter pick for that here. But I guess CB Batman just feels confident about that as the Corki will be hovered. Likely going to be going bot lane if it gets locked in.
Yep, so far, seems pretty standard. Skeletons going for, again, big divey composition already with the Vi and the Galio. No, the Xayah want to play it a little bit safer. And it looks like Wizards, they were swapping out this time. They want the first pick. They want to take away the Syndra. I think seeing how it's going to go, right? Like, there were some very obvious picks going in. If they're banning the Aurora, the big two left were super obvious as the control mage were the Syndra and the Hui. So picking away sort of the, I guess the more popular option makes a lot of sense here, right? Yeah, Skeletons answering right back. The Garen as well. They're really just going full force, full steam ahead. Want to end this one quickly.
Yeah, Garen is is what you see picked into Cassante if given the opportunity. Especially in solo queue, it's a really popular pick. Garen just has the ability to kind of shut down Cassante's kit. The silence is long enough that you get the ability to kind of stop his champion from doing the things that make Cassante insane, at least in the early game. You have a lot of kill pressure early, and I imagine Valka's going to be making the most of that, so eyes are going to be on Valka this time, having the lane advantage, as the Wizards just gave that over. Maybe a little bit of disrespect for Valka in this series, as Ixie Draven, we're not seeing it unless it shows up in next game. We're not seeing it this game at the very least. How tragic. At least they're thinking about banning the Draven. I don't disagree. I think if you're giving that over, you might as well, if you've got the chance, you might as well take that out. Ixie's been doing really well this series, so pinching some of those picks is not a bad thing.
It also makes sense with the comp, right? Like, the Vi, the Galio, again, you see everything and you're just like, okay, yeah, they're leaning towards a Draven angle if they get it, especially into the Xayah, right? It's safer, but it's not one of those, like, super Draven counters. Taking out their Khan, I like this, taking away some of the engage power that they could have. Probably you're going to want extra piece of engage either in the jungle or the support role. So taking away that sort of Xayah appearing and making it a bit worse in support, I think is a very smart option.
Yeah, and as we see the Varus go down here, I will say another advantage of taking away the Draven is that they do get rid of the Cypher 3 from the Skeletons. No longer can get that intel stacking early on, so that's going to be a bit of a deficit here and now kind of mismatched. But we do still have the God of the Net in Garen. It's a TFT joke. I've been playing a lot of TFT lately. I'm thinking TFT. When I was thinking like Draven Galio Vi. I was like, ooh, sorry. That's for me and the TFT heads in the chat. Sivir will be picked up. It's just a Sivir comp, lol. She works well. She's perfect for the composition the Skeletons have set up. They've set themselves up for a very coherent composition. They've got a game plan. They're gonna run at you and try and kill you before we reach late game. In which case we may not be that effective. But will it work? That's the question. Nami is a choice. Lulu is better.
Yeah, definitely.
But now I'm kind of curious as to see what they round out the comp with. They do still need to pick their jungler up. A lot of options available. I would like to see something a bit more standard. Luke does have some interesting picks in pocket, but something like oh no, this can't be how it ends, folks. This can't be how it ends. Oh no, here he is. It's Kane. I mean, Ross is pretty good into this comp, so I do like it.
I returned from the banging the monster outside. I was just
Yes.
trying to get in. All right.
Okay.
Sivir picked up the Braum. Could pick it up. Okay, we are. I don't know if this is the best Braum angle, but hey, Braum's been doing pretty good. Chief has been playing out of his mind this game so far, so why not, right? The Sivir and the Braum. I like the Sivir. Gives the team a lot of some much needed wave clear that they really don't have. Safe wave clear at least. The Garen can wave clear, but now without being in melee range. So giving that as well, the On the Hunt's going to provide a lot of value to the rest of the team, being able to sort of play these death ball style compositions. Meanwhile here, going to buff the Lulu, going to buff those carries. Kane, I'd imagine Red Kane, but maybe just going for the blue Kane to try and assassinate that Sivir, get that carry out of the fight, and then try and win with the kite back, right? Because they only have one sort of major big damage carry, making it harder is going to be big game plan. We'll see what it ends up being, but yeah, this really does feels like a last ditch attempt from the Wizards to maybe find some angle and make sure they don't just get the easy sweep.
Yeah, Wizards going for maybe not a Hail Mary. This composition is very well put together. They've got decent mid-game power, and they've definitely got some late-game power with the Lulu, Syndra, and the Xayah. But the Skeletons, they are, I guess you could say they're feeling very mono-red. They are attempting to kill you before you can do anything else. Which, I don't know. I think with how the Skeletons have been playing, this is the perfect comp for them. They've been executing well on this kind of game plan the rest of the night. And as long as they can keep to what has been working for them in the rest of the games, play like they have been in the other games, I do think this could be a complete shutout. A 3-0 clean sweep. As depressing as that would be for us, for the entertainment value, I personally am favoring the Skeletons here.
And I'd agree with you. I think I'm pretty much in the same situation. They've just been doing so good.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's a very tough go of it. So with that said, before we go anywhere, I will say we've been talking about drafts for a while now, talking about this mono red composition coming in from the Skeletons. But if you in the audience would love to be able to draft yourself in a fantastic manner, well, don't worry, we've got the tool just for you. That's right. As we have been this entire season, we are still sponsored by ProComps.gg, the premier drafting assistant for League of Legends players and teams. If you utilize ProCompsGG, you have access to many fantastic tools, such as the live draft advice, pick and ban recommendations. You can even build a pre-game guide, work with a coach or a trusted advisor or somebody who's better than you at building a pre-game strategy. If you're playing in pre-made, this is a fantastic tool for putting your champion pools all together. You can share with your friends, share with your coach, pool everything into one place, and be able to easily see what champions work well, what champions don't work well, and what opportunities you have open for you in any state of the draft. You can even create custom tier lists to help your players out if you yourself are a coach, to help them figure out what is the best possible angle of play. There are many unique things you can do with this app that you cannot do with other tools. So if you want to join the 280,000 players who have downloaded this app, along with the thousands of daily active users, all you need to do is go to procomps.gg and check it out yourself. It's easy, it's free, it's fast, it's fun. It's procomps.gg. With that said, we're going to go throw it to a break. We'll be in on the Rift in just a few moments.
All right, everybody, welcome back onto the Rift for Game 3. The Skeletons up 2-0, seeing if they can make it a quick victory or they're going to struggle. And Skeletons, and the Wizards are going to come back from it all. We'll have to see. Looks like we're going for the red cane this game. Or so it looks like.
Yeah, that's not too surprising. I think you're into 4 melees. There's almost no chance that you go blue cane. Even if you go blue, there's nobody you're going to be able to kill aside from Ixie exactly. So the red cane is far and away the better option this game. And I do think that's part of the reason why they picked it up, because this is actually a very good Ross game, I think. A lot of targets that are very easy to farm with your buttons. You can get Ross super early if you go for some early skirmishes. And once you get that form, you are, as always, extremely dangerous. And if you can get form fast, that'll be a huge pickup for the side of the Wizards, because it allows them to kind of get over some of the more weaker early game they have, I would say, in some areas of their composition. The Skeletons obviously speccing into that high power early to mid game. Once they get all their buttons, their ultimates, they pretty much guaranteed win a 5v5 fight, at least for a little while. So the Wizards are going to have to try and play on a little bit of a, to try and play a little bit safe, try not to let themselves get caught out, try not to give over too much of a lead to the Skeletons. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Skeletons walking away from the early game with a lead, but if they can manage to keep it relatively even, I do feel good about the Wizards, considering they do have the Syndra, they do have the Xayah to help them out. And right now it's looking all right for some of these lanes here, as Valka taking a little bit of punishment from the Cassante here. It's not a perfect matchup. It's definitely skill testing for the Cassante, as Garen is not a skilled champion. Sorry, Garen players, for saying this, but for the Cassante, it is very much kind of understanding your ranges, understanding your windows of attack, and sort of baiting out the Garen into wasting key cooldowns and making the most of it. So Batman doing pretty well so far, at least in the early stages of the lane. Kayn full clearing very efficiently here on blue buff right now, or will be starting blue buff soon. Meanwhile, we do see the Vi on the bot side. Could potentially look for a gank on to the Xayah and Lulu, although it will be pretty difficult, as Lulu does have the heal and all the polymorph and all her other safety buttons that she has. So I'm curious as to what Edaconic will do. Maybe we'll just... Oh, jeez, that was...
Pretty close.
Close one.
See what happens. Doesn't look like there's anything too crazy happening right now, though, all things considered.
Yeah, it's a slow go right now. Although, Batman?
Hello? Batman? Okay.
Did he just forget that the tap... All right, so in the
tower shot into Valka Fenrico Flash. Okay.
In the tutorial, when you step into the turret and you hit the opponent, there's a big voice line that says "Stay behind your minions." That tells you to get out of the turret because it does a lot of damage to you. I know we haven't done maybe CB just hasn't done the tutorial in a while. Maybe he forgot about that. But yeah, that was kind of a shocking error coming out from CB Batman right here, having to burn a lot, as Edaconic finding an opportunity to go for an invade, as do have a TP coming in from Galio. We'll kind of stop that right there, as yeah, it's evened out a little bit, but that giving over that kill top lane is a bit of an unforced error, although still doing well in the lane, relatively speaking.
Yeah. All things considered, could be worse. But yeah, definitely not the ideal situation that you want to be in, especially knowing how past games have gone, especially when the lead starts going over towards Valka. But there's still plenty of time to come back. Plenty of armor items to be built, you know. No lack of armor items for this Cassante champion.
Yeah. So definitely there it's going to be pretty easy for Cassante to itemize. That's where the power of the Garen kind of falls off a little bit as Luke is getting bullied in his jungle once again here. Will have to escape over the wall, but honestly, I do think it's very fascinating that Edaconic is going for these invades, sort of stopping Kane in his own tracks at his own game. Just slowing him down as much as possible. I really like that idea. I think it's very, very smart, very punishing.
Yep. I agree. Oop, speaking of punishing, might be going up on that top side. See Batman without the all-out. Has to be careful. The justice from the sky. Valka picks up the kill. That's true damage. Armor doesn't matter there. Valka now up 2 kills. 2-0 now on the Garen.
Yeah, Valka, far and away, has been having has had one of the tougher matchups here, just in terms of players, and this series has been doing his best after game 1 to turn that back around, with the help of Edaconic, of course. But, playing around your top lane as a jungler, especially if the enemy top laner seems to be kind of in the tilt zone, not a bad idea. I will say that's one of my favorite strategies when I jungle, is to put the enemy top laner into the zone and get them angry and then just farm them over and over. It's very amusing. Don't necessarily know. CB Batman is a strong player, will not fall so easily to such feeble machinations as the tilt here in the game. Funny Braum Shield. You still get rooted, but it is very amusing. You do stop the damage, which is important. As Valka back here, up here on the top side. CB Batman actually still doing fine. Level's still even despite being 2 deaths down. But we'll have to respect the Garen now.
Yep. I mean, honestly, it's hard. But you're only down like 200 gold. It's not the end of the world. I say that immediately. Edaconic comes back.
Boys.
See Batman gonna try and get someone towards the wall to maybe pull them back in. Gets the unstoppable.
They're not giving him anything.
No, they're not gonna give it anything. Oops, still gets over the wall though. Now it has to be careful. Cease and desist finally comes out, and that's gonna spell curtains for CB Batman. Gets some good damage, but it's just gonna be a matter of time. Valka flashes forward, lands the silence. CB Batman. He's gonna keep running away, but it really does just feel like a matter of time.
Has boots.
Boots. Valka has boots. Also has the ultimate. Speed of Warfare Queen.
Oh, no.
It was a 3 kill. It was all 3 deaths on CB Batman right now.
I don't know what else to say. This is the tilt top lane strategy. Sometimes you go back to basics and you just tilt the enemy top laner. This is truly League of Legends right now. Are we sure we're not watching the Ruby series? Is this Kittens versus Imperials? Are we sure? Oh jeez, oh man. At the same time though, it's CV Batman still doing well in terms of CS, so despite the fact that Valka does have 3 kills, it's the margin there is not nearly as large as it seems, which we're gonna keep saying until it starts to become until it starts to actually matter. Fortunately, CB Batman does have some early armor right now, which will help out tremendously in this fight up here. Waiting to see Kane, who has been kind of not doing anything this game. If you're going for Rost, I feel like you have to just like throw yourself at the enemy melees and just like click your buttons. Even if you don't get anything out of it, building up souls is super important for Rost this game. You want to try and even out the weaknesses your comp has in this early to mid game, and I don't know. Maybe I don't understand Kane, because I don't. But it feels like we could be seeing a lot more from Luke. Granted, it is very difficult, as Valka will get a ward, find the Kane, oh no. That was scary. Tiamat canceling that over the wall. That's funny. That's cute. I like that. That's adorable. So we got a recall there. Potentially a dive being set up.
Yep. Love to see it. See if
Maybe.
they can get it. Dude, Reapers is like so far away. He's getting all the
He
wards
knows.
down. He knows.
He
He knows
knows.
something's up. Something doesn't smell right.
Yeah, so Bob Robertson is not stepping up here. He knows. He knows he's about to get vied in the face. He's not letting it happen. Can't get me. Good play. Good presence of mind from Reaper's play to not fall for the oldest trick in the book right there. As
I feel like the oldest trick in the book is the fake LeBlanc clone.
yes, that is a pretty good
I feel
trick.
like falling for the clone is the older trick in the book, or the classic control ward bait, like control ward over the wall, and then you walk up to kill it, and then there's 5 people there.
Yep. I mean, that's hilarious. I always do that on support when there's a control ward. I've died for so many control wards. It's embarrassing, and then you know what? It's always worth it. I would like to let the record show it's always worth it.
I guess we were kind of going for the dive, but not really. Okay, we're not going for the dive.
What? Are we?
Are we committing?
Storm? We're dead.
We're like kind of
no,
committing.
we're fine.
Yeah, okay, and we're just not paying attention to the feathers. Cool.
Wake up, Ixie! The feathers are on the map.
I mean, look, Zaya's not a new champion by all means. To me, she's new, but you know, it's not the oldest trick in the book. But that's still a trick. I feel like running into the feathers is a pretty. Like, you should know better at that point.
Like, what if he just didn't click the button? Did you consider? What if he forgot?
What if he
There's
just
no way.
forgot to recall the
Batman,
feathers?
no, please.
Valka flashes forward to ignite and do nothing else. Awesome. Chief, unfortunately, missing the knockup. Reaper's Blade getting a nice stun. Iconic trying to wrap around to get something, but the team's still here. Still able to. CB Batman surviving under tower. Valka doesn't have any more summoner spells or the ultimate. So CB Batman should be safe. Should be, I say.
Yeah, should be safe right now. We'll get the recall off here. And actually has an EXP lead over Valka. That's those laning fundamentals right there. And no matter
Laning
what,
fundamentals.
how bad,
That's why we don't take Ignite in serious League of Legends, guys. Oh man, I get first blood. I get 3 kills. Cool. I TP'd back and caught the wave, and now you're down XP. Like, it's so insane. It's so insane that despite everything, Valk is down XP in CS.
I mean, you know, you don't need kills. And honestly, if a champion's not gonna have kills, I feel like Cassante is a-okay.
Yeah,
just
out of all the champions to not have kills on this team, Cassante is probably the one you're the most.
He's got
fine with.
his first item first too, with the IBG. Granted, IBG is pretty cheap, so it's not like CB Batman invested his first mortgage into this. Valka will be picking up the Stride Breaker as well. Try not to lose tempo there, matching first item for first item. But the fact that some Portal Combat, woo! As Luke is still a tiny man, and we'll get tiny
Caught by the taunt. Ult comes out. Stun goes through though. Oh, they are so ready for it. Does go into the ultimate, tries to flash out. The cease and desist now coming in from Ediconic. A root comes out, stopping the dash, but unfortunately there's not anyone to follow up on it. Luke trying desperately, you can see, trying to get like any little bit that he can, but ends up walking up too far for it. Master gets a lot of damage down. Chief puts the shield up the wrong way, but Bob Robertson does enough to back the rest of it off. Syndra's still in that bot side. Master with a nice ultimate, dodges the taunt, gets the root, needs a little bit more damage, but he's not able to find it, and Ixie picks up the shutdown.
Man, Master playing his heart out, right? I don't know what else to say.
Silico from CB Batman.
Cassante, get the copy pasta out there. It's that easy. Cassante is just the best champion in the game.
Once again, I'd like to note that somehow Wizards are technically up gold here.
Oh man! Oh,
Luke is here.
Luke?
I can't get it, dude. I actually like most miserable Kane gameplay of all time has to be.
This is depressing.
Can we like check on form? I don't know if you can do that in spectator tool. Is there like any way to actually like check on the Kane?
No, we can see when he has it. He has Rost.
Okay, he has it. He has it. Good.
So
dude,
honestly,
stop trying to go for the kill. Oh wait, maybe he can go for the kill.
Yeah. He could.
They're a little too fast. Okay, we just need to take it back. Luke, they saw you on awards. Stop. Stop. It's okay.
The Raptors are tempting, I know, but you gotta take your victories, man. All right. You know what? We actually get the Raptors. It's actually, this was an optimal play. You know what? We're gonna go get the Krugs too. Just who cares anymore? We're getting everything. And form.
Sure. Why not? Why not?
Why not? Why
Well,
not?
Reaper's Blade. Okay. Bob Robertson gets the taunt. Doesn't land the stun. I don't think Bob Robertson has enough damage with the Unending
No.
Despair. You can like put Reaper's Blade off the wave, but it's not actually a kill. Reaper's Blade
Yeah.
also being smart, going for the burn items, which I think is the really smart play here. Knowing how hard it's going to be to actually land that
We're
one shot on
ganking.
Dixie.
We're not getting form, but we're ganking.
Okay, I'm fine with it though. If we're able to take out Valka, that's a big win. Especially if we're able to give the kill over to the Kane, and Luke is on the board now, picks up the kill, has form, has a bunch of CS. And we're going for the Herald too. We just don't care. We're doing the Formless Kane challenge. We don't need it.
Yeah. Formless Kane, baby Kane, the entire game. It's what we call. This is aura maxing right here.
Aura
This is
farming.
actually called aura farming. You know, Kane, you think of him as a CS farming
don't need it.
champion. This game he's aura farming.
Alright, dude. Reaper's Blade does have the TP if needed. Probably not gonna have to use it right now. Finally, the ult comes through from Bob Robertson. Not gonna knock up anyone because CB Batman goes unstoppable. Now Reaper's Blade
Kane
comes in to
finishing
land the
the
stun.
objective.
Kane, we're just gonna finish off the Herald, doing a ton of damage. Chief goes down as well. Goes back to unstoppable. Ton of damage down on the CB Batman. We get the Lulu ult ultimate off, and it works. Reaper's Blade picking up the double here. Edaconic doesn't get him. Luke is still alive, and somehow the Wizards have turned it around. Talk about making magic. Luke, without the form, just goes on an absolute rampage, and he is still clearing.
We're formless Kane, baby. We don't need form.
We're just clear. We are just clearing the Wizards.
Yeah,
This is really dude. Those spells are expensive. That lightning bolt, bro. That fireball that you cast so simply. That's just expensive. That costs gold, baby.
Sure, it's true. In any case, the Wizards kind of out of nowhere getting a huge lead off of just good team fighting, and this is what we've really been waiting to see. I will say CB Batman has been putting on a clinic in the game. After dropping 3 kills early, decided to lean forward in his chair and finally start taking the game seriously. And in that fight, he was single-handedly winning it for the Wizards, buying so much time, wasting so many of the Skeleton's cooldowns, and on top of that, just going crazy with the all-out, getting it so much extra damage. The Cassante champion was a blind pickup. It was a bold choice, and it's paying off after what was a really rough start. But now Valka actually just doesn't have the ability to fight CB Batman anymore. It's actually all over for Valka. It's it's looking a little worse for wear for Valka Fenrica. I wonder, because we're clearly
This is just a
going.
Cassante. This is just what the Cassante champion does. This is why you see the Showmaker catch up. This is why we have the copy pasta.
Yeah, because this is just a funny champion. Funnier champion than we've ever had before, for sure. As CB Batman has no longer even close to a deficit here. Has a solid lead over Valka in the top lane here. And what I was going to say was, I wonder if going for the Black Cleaver second might have been a better idea for Valka. Obviously it only really helps you in lane, and you lose a bit of that movement speed and crit that you want on your spin. But at the same time, it also actually allows you to fight the Cassante, which right now you really can't. Garen at this point is, honestly, I feel like Valka is kind of in the same spot that CB Batman was in the previous 2 games, where he's gonna have to kind of just split push this out and maybe look for a good flank, as Bob Robertson will get caught on the side, forced to flash as the fight's starting out.
Yeah, big fight already taken one over the wall. Now that's being collapsed on. Unfortunately, that means the rest of the team doesn't have the backup of their front line that they so desperately need. Edaconic taking out Luke. Now Reaper's Blade trying to find the flanks. CB Batman still has a little bit of the form left, getting a ton of damage. Huge stun from Reaper's Blade as he's finding the ultimate onto Ixie. Meanwhile, in the back, Edaconic cannot land the 1v2. Can't land the 1v2, it looks like. Master and 21 pick up the kill anyway. 3 kills taken out. The Dragon picked up, putting them on 2. It's the Hex Soul, so building towards that is going to help tremendously, given just how move speed reliant the Skeletons team comp is.
Yeah. Picking up the Cloud Drake there is a big win for the Skeletons, but obviously the Wizards still come out on top there. Great play from Reaper's Blade, and once again, CB Batman. It was looking a little rough at the start. CB Batman goes the all-out, drags Chief through the wall, which does work. It gets rid of the Braum, but you still have 3 melees to cut through, and it made it really tough for the Wizards there for a little while, with just Master and 21 trying to fight it out on their own. But, you know, a good route from the Blade Caller is able to buy a little bit of time for CB Batman and Reaper's Blade to get a good flank, and once Reaper's Blade lands that stun, it is lights out for the Skeletons. So just a really good use of angles around the objective by the side of the Wizards. And this is what we've seen from them the rest of the season. This is what we've wanted to see from them. None of this 4-1-4 split push nonsense. 5v5. This is what they have done so well with. Even though CB Batman can split, I feel like they really do benefit from just playing it out like this. And so far, I feel like have been doing so well for themselves in this game. And unfortunately, the mono red comp from the Skeletons has fallen behind pretty significantly. And we're going to have to watch the power of some of these champions like the Sivir, who is going to be in a bit of a power trough waiting for those big purchases of maybe 3, even 4 items to allow her to cut any more down, as we've got an engage.
Yep, Luke with the knockup. Has to be careful about Valkyl on the flank, but he gets forced off by Reaper's Blade. Rest of the team still grouping up in that sort of lineup. Do have to be careful of those flanks, but we're getting a lot of poke down. Skeletons doing some good jobs, but Chief poked out as well. Looks like both teams are just going to take their little bit of damage and get out. Neither team willing to commit to a fight just yet. Trying to find some angles. They're trying to speed up, see if they can get themselves onto Ixie. Wizards now looking for something, land the root. The ultimate comes out. See, Batman has to be careful, getting very low. The shield goes up. The ultimate comes through from Bob Robertson to stop anyone stepping even further forward. But that is 5 ults used by the Skeletons just to get themselves out.
Yeah, Skeleton's burning so much here just to peel away, and the assault from the Wizards continues. Batman on the side here does still have the all-out, doesn't have a lot of HP, but does not necessarily need it because the damage is so low from the side of the Skeletons here. It's pretty much entirely on Ixie this game. And that's, I think, one of the big weaknesses of the Skeletons comp is they had so much early power, but they ended up kind of squandering it. Because they fumbled so many of those fights at around 10-15 minutes that it allowed CB Batman to get back into the game. It allowed Reaper's Blade to find so many good spots. Master was able to pick up a couple of kills off of just kind of a poor thinking and positioning from Ixie. I will say, I do think Ixie is doing what he can. He's playing despite the scoreline in these fights, he's been positioning really well. Trying to maximize his damage, but it's just so difficult to actually safely do that when you're facing down a Kayn or a Rost who can pop you up, a Scatter the Weak that stuns you, and any one of these pieces of CC, and you're over, you're done, kid. It's lights out. So Ixie all eyes are on Ixie this game to make it happen. As we have a good spell shield, but will it be enough? It will be.
Yep.
Excellent. Great work, team.
Again, forced to use 2 ultimates, though, and that's kind of a big deal. Now, the Featherstorm, probably a slightly more significant cool... Actually, I don't know. I think it's so core to the team that On the Hunt being used does matter quite a bit, but the Featherstorm does give Ediconic an opening. It is going to give their dive a chance to get in, but Chief not having the Glacial Fissure either does leave room to get a potential engage here. CB Batman potentially looking to try and find something on the flank, but it's just going to use it to get the space. Now 10 seconds on the Dragon. It looks like Wizards have full control on it right now as the Skeletons move up towards that Baron to see if they can maybe force the Wizards to come back to them, threatening that major objective just to make sure that they can't get it. knowing that if they commit to that dragon, they can just turn. Because the Otacon and the Baron are both up here, they can drag the Wizards in whatever direction they want. They're going to have Luke start that dragon and Valka try and fight it while they go for the Otacon. Skeletons now have it at 9,000 gold. Sorry, 9,000 health.
So tough.
Ixie takes about half though. It's gonna be really dangerous. CB Batman now on the flank. Finds Chief, gets a lot of damage down. Idakana comes through. They're gonna try and land the dive. 21 flashes over the wall. CB Batman has already used the all out now. Needs to be able to get out. Unfortunately, the cease and desist. Huge ultimate though from 21 to knock everyone up as Master picks up 2 kills. Looked like CB Batman was gonna go down, but it's not gonna be enough. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Valka did use everything and was able to take out Luke before he could get that dragon. However, given the fact that that leaves way and Idaconic is down, it might just mean that the Wizards are able to actually pick up this Otacon for themselves. We'll have to see. Bob Robertson's still up here. A lot of damage already being taken. You can see these champions not very tanky.
Valka's here, but he doesn't have any buttons. Obviously, okay, Ixie's around as well on the hunt.
Huge Otacon damage
so low.
too.
Oh god, stun lands.
Otacon acting as this major champion. Flash forward, the taunt comes through, but CB Batman with a beautiful W to stop Valka from being able to get in. Ixie goes, also taking damage from the Otacon. Reaper's Blade finally picks up 1. Now Bob Robertson tries to find more, but a beautiful polymorph comes through. Flash forward from Master, and another 3 kills picked up for the Wizards. Otacon honestly felt like the real boss that fight. The Baron doesn't feel like the boss, the Dragon doesn't feel like a boss, but Otacon in that fight, that was a raid boss right there.
Otacon is a bully. This is, in some of the LCK games I watch, the casters always talk about how Otacon is a throw objective. Team goes for it and they throw the game reliably. In this game, it was kind of a back and forth. We played hot potato a little bit, and unfortunately, the Skeletons got burned from that, as the Wizards are just able to maneuver around the damage from the Skeletons. I do think I like the on the hunt. I like Bob Robertson. That was a great taunt, but it was just Ixie was way too low and didn't have enough support to easily and reliably actually step up, especially because he got tagged by that Scatter the Weak right before Bob Robertson went for that taunt. It really shut down any chance of him actually being able to win that fight. And unfortunately, right here, they're just going to give up the Otacon. They can't really afford to fight it, especially with Valka on the side lane here. So that's going to be a ruinous Otacon going over to the Wizards, who are firmly in the driver's seat. Their carries doing so well. It's looking like a complete flip of the script from games 1 and 2, as the Wizards are firmly in control.
Yep, and it doesn't look like they're trying to let go anytime soon. 4,000 gold in the lead, making rotations as a team, now on Soul Point, and they have so many ways that they can play towards a win condition here.
Yeah. I do wonder what the win condition is, though. Because we were talking about in this draft that the early to mid game was the most important for the Skeletons. At least that's what I believed. And I've only been wrong many times. So, unfortunately, as the game continues here, Galio's damage is not great. Vi becomes a melee minion, and Garen has been struggling since the explosive early game has fallen off completely. Just totally off a cliff. Can still 1v1 the jungler, but, into CB Batman, this man with 1 million armor, it's not looking great. So, that's one of the big things that I think this Skeleton's composition is kind of fumbled with, is the damage profile here. Because again, a lot of it's loaded into what Sivir can do. And Ixie is doing everything he can. We'll be getting this Lord Doms eventually, but it's so far away at this point, and it feels like if he doesn't get there, and I don't even know if it'll be enough, we might even need 4 items before we can actually see the Sivir become the kind of a ramping power threat that's tearing up a team fight, that's perfectly set up. I just don't know if we have the time to make that happen. And it's going to require the Wizards as well to just allow the Skeletons to get that perfect team fight, where Edaconic finds a perfect engage on the Master. Maybe he's lagging out. We get the cease and desist into the heroic entrance, and the Featherstorm doesn't go off, and then we get $1 million, and everybody gets to enjoy. We get a new client, and spectator mode is fixed, and you know, we can believe, we can dream, but the dreams are not real. At least, perhaps, this game. Also, I'm now realizing that this is a Hextech Rift and not a Cloud Rift. Speaking of spectator climb, we've got a fight.
Yep, coming through now. You can see CB Batman in, takes people in the all-out. Bob Robertson, meanwhile, on the top side, goes down to Luke. In the main fight, CB Batman takes out one, takes out a second one.
Funny tank champion.
Funny tank champion. I was just looking at the bot side. Valka's just knocking on the inhib towers. They don't even care about the main fight. They just want to go for the game. This really does feel like the classic, like, Skeletons, like, I don't know if we can do this anymore. Why don't we just send it to the side lane and have Garen just win the game anyway?
Yeah, it's, we'll see if Valka can make it happen. He will die here, but that's, I guess, a small... Well, he won't die. He actually is okay. Doesn't get the inhib, but... Man, it is rough for the Skeletons here. They are I say they're only 6k gold down. It could be worse. But again, when you're looking at where that gold is distributed, one of the big deficits is here in the bot lane. Sivir is about 3k gold down from Master, and Sivir is the damage this game. Garen can do damage if he gets a good flank, but it's pretty difficult for him to actually make it happen. So I don't know. It's gonna require Valka to maybe do something on the side lane push, but it's feeling very rough here as the siege continues. Valka on his own in the side lane, trying to play chicken with the full up Baron team, and I think the chicken is gonna get slaughtered.
Yeah,
as TP comes in for Pisante.
Oh my god. It's so funny. We're just like, and Valka's just like, no. You come back here. You play my game. You don't get to play with your team. You play my game. However, Bob Robertson's not playing the game right now. Reaper's Blade able to get the burn on the kill. Luke picking up another one. And this is what happens when you have the soul on these like big melee team compositions, right? It's just so hard to actually deal, to actually run in, to do anything right now. It feels so impossible to actually get done.
Yeah, it's feeling a little impossible right here. Ixie getting stunned up. Will not drop. That was close.
Oh, Valka picks up Luke, though. Still doing so much damage, though. The Zaya's just been pumping it out the entire time. Reaper's Blade with that extra W. Now the Nexus is exposed. Reaper's Blade with another stun. TV Batman isn't even here. Doesn't need him. It doesn't matter. Master flashing forward, taking out Ixie, taking out Edaconic. Eventually, there we go. Finally doing it. And the Wizards come back 23-8, completely turning it around and making sure that they don't say goodnight too early.
Yeah, keeping us up a little bit longer here. The Wizards are going to try and bring us to the reverse sweep. In another draft league, in another timeline, we saw some reverse sweeps last week. Here in the Blue Otter Draft League, we may be seeing one developing right here. Whew, and man, this is the Wizards we've been waiting to see. The other two games, it feels like they've been uncharacteristically getting outmaneuvered and outplayed. In this game, this is the Wizards we've seen the rest of the season. Master going absolutely crazy in the bot lane in these team fights. Reaper's Blade doing so well. And Cassante, CB Batman coming back from vengeance, finding vengeance here for himself after a pretty rough early game. So yeah, the Wizards holding it together.
Yeah, no, amazing play, genuinely. Reaper's Blade totally turning this one around. Like, the past couple of games, it was rough and this and that. This game, not even a death. Just playing it so carefully, doing so well. Master showing what he's known for, showing just how strong he can be. Absolutely hard carrying on the Xayah. And now we approach game 4. This is when the drafts start getting interesting.
Yeah, we'll start to see some bans disappearing here in game 4. So let's just go. Let's not waste any time. Let's let these players get back in as soon as possible. We'll throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll be in the draft for game 4 of our series.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game, what is it, 4 now, a draft. We are all the way up in game 4. We've started to lose bans. There's no
Yeah,
second round of bans anymore.
Yep, we only have our first round of bans here, which is, you know, I always think it's adorable seeing just the first 3 bans. It feels very retro.
I honestly, I'm gonna be real. You know what I would prefer? I think what we should do it. I don't know. Maybe next season we'll see about this. If we moved one of the second round bans to first round, so there's only 2 first round bans and 1 second round ban. So there's still like a little bit of like interesting stuff going on, rather than just like we're just gonna keep again. Like look at it, we're just gonna keep banning the same 3 champions again, and then just not care about our second round of bans. Like I feel like there's some more interesting things you can do with that, and then you get like 1 extra ban after the draft. But we'll see. Right now, looking pretty cool. We have the Gwen picked up first for these skeletons, who go back to blue side after their loss. They love their first picks, and Gwen, pretty good flex. We've seen the Gwungle many times. Also a very good just blind top lane pick. So number of things that this could be. And the Wizard's gonna answer. They're just gonna pick up the Corki. They want a standard good ADC.
Yeah, you just get a good ADC, picking up good ADCs right here.
I will say, as far as fighting in the early game goes, the Braum isn't here anymore.
Yeah, Braum.
The Draven is unbanned.
Draven's unbanned.
Draven unbanned, Braum gone, and we're picking Corki. This might be the angle. We'll have to see.
Ixie, this could be it. There is still a lot of draft left to be played out. Okay, this is a potential pick away here. Locking in the Udyr, taking that away from Idaconic. A champion that he is very good on. If you know anything about Ida. This is a guy who has played a little bit of Udyr in his time, is quite proficient. Perhaps even better than me on the Udyr champion. But we'll not be getting it this game. So we'll have to go and dig a little bit in the pool, because we have a lot of these big junglers taken out. Things like the Wukong, the J4, the Vi, all these really reliable early game ganking junglers are all off the table. So now Ida's gonna have to maybe get a little bit more creative here. The Zac is something that he has been known for to play in the past. I don't think that's necessarily a bad pick. It has some losing angles, which is perhaps a little bit sketchy, but we do see the Shen. Yeah, that'll be locked in. I guess it's still a flex between Gwen and Shen. It could be River Shen, it could be Gwungle. In either case, it could also be Shen support. So a lot of flexibility here from the Skeletons. They're waiting for the Wizards to play their cards and perhaps adapt to it. Wizards do get a double pick here, as we do not have the second round of bans.
Yep, seems like it. And we're just gonna go with the Xerath. Okay. Interesting. We'll have to see if this goes mid or support. It looks like it's gonna be in the mid lane here. Nami picked up the wave. I like the wave. It's going to give a lot of priority, but it also buffs up the Corki really well. Can buff up the Xerath as well, play a bit further back. And do have to be careful of this Ash Arrow engage now. Again, also with the Shen stand united. All of this feeling pretty solid so far. Flex pick still enabled too, leading into this last pick, right? The Shen could go support or top lane. The Gwen could go jungle or top lane. So you leave yourself a little bit of room of flexibility to see this mid and support pick before going into your last two. And I think that's really smart from the Skeletons.
Yeah, Skeletons saving themselves the ability to play off of these flexes. The Vex will be hovered here. Thinking about picking that one up. It is a good response into the Xerath, playing into some of that long-range poke. Fighting back with a little bit of long-range poke of your own, as we do have now our final pick. We're looking for... This will reveal where our lanes are going, unless it's something like Maokai, in which we still have no idea what's happening. Nope, okay. We do have the Rel that is going to presumably be locked in here with the Ashe. Yeah, so that indicates that we still have a flex between top and jungle, and that'll come down to, I imagine, what we see on the top side. And we've got an Olaf being hovered right now. CB Batman feeling himself. Could be going for the Slammer Jammer in the top side. Forcing the Gwen into the jungle to get that matchup into the Shen, or maybe the other way around. I don't know what Olaf is better. I feel like Olaf is good into both of those options, personally. Maybe less into Shen because of the dodge field, but in either case, I feel like if you're Olaf, you're okay in the top lane.
Yeah, and Udyr could also play top. I feel like this is going to be like, we don't know who's jungling and who's top until we get into the game. I'd imagine the Gwen goes top. I don't think we're going to see a River Shen this game. Although, honestly, I would not put it past Idaconic to play the River Shen. Definitely something that it could be done. I do like the Vex, though, really committing to sort of a very aggressive dive-y game plan. Not entirely dive, but you have a lot of the semblances of dive, right? You have a lot of ways to get in, to group people up, a lot of ways to back it up with the Shen, to start it off with the Ashe Arrow. So there's a lot of ways, and Wizards have some pretty good anti-dive, a lot of good range, but maybe not enough they get full dove on, right? If they get caught out in a bad position, they don't quite have all of the tools they need to back up. So they do have to play smart, they need to play their poke well, they need to play their range as well, and they need to know when their opportunities are presented to them and how to capitalize on them.
Yeah. I will say, if I'm sort of if I'm looking at this and I'm taking whatever team I feel like I favor here, I don't know. I like what the Wizards have. I feel like the Wizards have kind of a... It's a collection of odd champions, but I think they do work well together. They've got some move speed coming in from the Nami that'll help enable the Olaf and the Corki and the Udyr. They've got some long range to play further back in fights with the Xerath, and also some Corki rockets if he's deciding to play a little further back rather than playing forward. They've got the ability to play different distances in these fights. And that'll allow them to play pretty well around things like the Hallowed Mist, which is a pretty big cooldown, or Rel engages they can try and play around. But the Skeletons have a ton of potential to go explosive this game, with the Vex, with the Gwen. So while I do favor the Wizards, it is going to come down to whether or not, if the Skeletons go crazy like they did in games 1 and 2, they will have the ability to just run away with this one, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the Skeletons have everything that they need to run away with the game, and it's really going to be on the Wizards to try and stop that from happening. It's going to be on them to make the miracles, to push like they did last game, and bring us to a Game 5. Otherwise, the Skeletons going to take 3-1 upset and walk away with the crown.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can make it happen, or if the Wizards will bring us to Silver Scrapes and a late bedtime for all of us when we come back in just a few minutes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back onto the Rift for Game 4 of our series. Let's see. The Skeletons could take it right here, right now, or if the Wizards are going to do it. Oh my god. Oh my god, Becky, it's happening.
Oh, we're getting the 5v5 level 1 meetup. Okay, get your
we're
clicking
walking in.
fingers ready.
It's happening. Crashdown comes in onto 3. The damage comes through. Luke trying to chase down Ixie, and they manage to pick up first blood onto CB Batman. Edaconic goes down as well, and it is a massacre with the Wizards on the winning side. Bob Robertson has to be careful. CB Batman flown into the tower, but he has to take an extra shot. But the bubble lands, and they pick up an extra one. And the tower going down. It is 3 for 3, but the Feat of Warfare ends up picked up by the Wizards at the end of it all. What a start to the Game 4.
I didn't know we were playing ARAM. I guess we're all bot though, so
Look at all the summoners that we used. Oh my god.
we burnt everything, but it's okay because in the end, it I guess it's relatively even, all things considered.
Okay, so kind of Feat of Warfare picked up for Wizards.
Yeah.
Not even going into objectives is kind of a big deal. Like you're already one. Like you just have to focus on getting the other two. That's gonna be a big deal. But the bigger thing, both mid laners picked up the Dark Seal. Reaper's Blade managed to get that extra kill. Meanwhile, on the top side, it was Valko with the extra kill. Right? So it's top and mid all have all the localized kills. But in opposite directions. Ida able to go for the steal, lands the red buff onto Luke, gonna try and fight it out. And Luke, without a flash, means that he can't really chase it down. And Luke's caught on the invade in the enemy jungle. Oh, the full rotate here from Bob Robertson. And Edaconic picks up another kill. And that's going to set Luke kind of far behind.
Yeah, he did have the double tap on the R at the end there. I wonder, because he definitely leveled Q second. If he had gone for the double tap Q, maybe he has enough damage to kill Edaconic, but he still goes down.
Yeah.
It just depends on if he had cooldown for the Q. Q just might not have been up. But in any case, that's just a really risky invade from Luke that ends up getting finished as Ida with the Hello Chief who was around, and the side of the Wizards were not able to really respond. So it's just a huge win for Ida in this game, as the Udyr, the Roomba champion, is going to feel so bad. He is going to just be able to keep tempo up. As man, they do not want Ida to play the game. The Gwungle is getting bullied right now, as CB Batman will be stepping up, getting vision, seeing where the Gwen is. Gwen forced to recall. That opens up an opportunity for Luke to go in for an invade. I wonder if they know this is happening. It looks like they're guessing it is, and maybe Ida's going for the enemy blue buff, if I had to guess.
Seems that way. We're going towards Scuttle right now, but I'm wondering if they're going to be able to suss out that invade. Luke just wants to keep Ida on the back foot, and I don't know about the risky invade, but keeping the pressure up is a smart thing to do in this situation, I think.
Gwen is very fragile in the early game, and meanwhile, Udyr is a very not fragile. He's got a lot of great tools, and now we've got a gank.
Gank coming through from Edaconic. Meanwhile, fighting the top side. Double flash is used by both. Now gank in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the bot side, it's Edaconic slaying Master. Bob Robertson getting run down by the Ice Storm, but it won't be enough to get out. Now let's see what happened here. Nice crash down. We saw Edaconic coming in. The bubble lands, but it wasn't onto Edaconic. And without any summoners, Master isn't able to get out of it. 21 should be able to, but yeah. Another nice big pickup for Edaconic. And Skeletons, once again, in the early game lead.
And it is exactly who they want to have a lead on with the Gwen here. Edaconic has been sort of the heart and soul of the Skeletons team, is the captain after all. So is the one who has been kind of making the magic happen, as we have another engage.
Yep, going in onto Reaper's Blade this time, who does have the flash, but he keeps waiting to use it and gets punished for it. The fear onto Luke stops Chief from going down as well, and Skeletons pick up another kill, this time in the mid lane, putting the first Dark Seal stack onto Bob Robertson.
This isn't the first time we've seen Reaper's Blade be pretty reluctant to hit the flash key. We saw it on the Victor game where he got ganked. Granted, it wasn't a great angle, and Ida also had flash to follow up. But in this situation, I feel like you could have maybe flashed a little bit sooner, maybe dodged something with it. I don't really know. It just is a bit unfortunate for Reaper's Blade to fall there. Is still doing fine in the lane here, all things considered. But dropping that kill there, giving another bit of gold over to Edaconic, who is going to be coming back onto the Rift. Extremely powerful now with the Blasting Wand and the Fiendish Codex. Getting pretty close to that first big item, and will almost certainly hit it before Luke hits theirs, which I think is the big thing to consider. Udyr is very item reliant. He's a stat check champion. He needs to have stats to check you. If he is not able to get his items before his opponents, he ends up just kind of dying, especially if you opt into something a little bit squishier, like going for a Haunting Guise early or the Faded Ashes. If you to help your clears and damage, like you often see Udyr's do, or you see something a little bit more tanky, maybe with a Balmy Cinder into a tank item. In either case, just not having that extra power is going to be really rough for Luke here. We'll see what he gets on the first recall. Does still have some CS over Edaconic, which is a little victory, as the first round of Grubbins looks like they're going to be easily secured by the Skeletons. First Drake is still up. That is going to be a Faded Ashes, unsurprisingly, going over to Luke. So, feeling all right. Faded Ashes is a pretty good item to have on the Udyr, even though it's not like a major item, as Ixie getting bullied a little bit here off the Chief Roam. Looks like Udyr's on the Drake, so we'll have to see what Edaconic can do to make up for that objective. Was a little bit, probably just going to be a straight trade here. Nothing really on the map to do, as see what our teams decide here. Eda looking for some camps to steal, but nothing's up right now.
And it looks like a quick pickup here for the Wizards. They want that dragon. Couldn't trade the grubs for it, but I think they're perfectly fine with that happening. All things considered, getting an early dragon advantage, very good. Looks like the mountain's second up on the docket, so still that Cloud Soul open as a potential option. Very strong, obviously, for both teams, for all teams. Very strong soul. We'll have to see what ends up happening. But right now, despite the gold not being, super far away, a lot of the difference is like in CS numbers. A lot of these early kills went the way of the Skeletons, and they're able to get some of these weaker early game picks off the ground faster because of it.
Yeah, and it looks like we see a little bit of a trade of damage here on the top side. Shen is a very stable champion. Even if he's losing lane, he's still usually fine. He can find things to do around the map. He still has Stand United, as long as he's got TP. And once again, the shoe is on the other foot this game, as Valka has the TP advantage, as Olaf kind of has to go Ghost along with Flash. He can't really afford to go TP unless you want to be a little more useless. Give up some of that mobility that Olaf really needs to stick onto targets. So Valka will have a lot of ways to go around the map that Olaf will not. So it's going to come down to what CB Batman can do to punish when Valka does take that Stand United Wonder Shot going up towards top lane. It looks like it was maybe aiming towards Reaper's Blade, if I had to guess.
That's what it looks like.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not hit anyone. So that's a cooldown there, but I don't think the Skeletons are really planning on using it in the bot side. If Chief gets an engage, the extra CC from Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not make a difference, all things considered. It's a little bit of extra stun, but in the face of the rest of the lockdown that Rel has, it's a drop in the bucket. So I feel like they're okay burning this cooldown, trying to fish for something in the mid lane. That's Bob Robertson. Did have full combo. Could have potentially killed Reaper's Blade, but I don't know if the damage was there. But, it is what it is. Kind of nothing else to really fire an arrow over, all things considered. So
yeah,
we're entering another lull state here, as the Skeletons are having trouble finding things to do with their minor gold lead, but there is not really a whole lot to do really right now, as junglers are looking at bot side here. Luke's gonna get the jump.
Yep, gets the jump on Edaconic, finds the finds some damage. Has to be careful, though. The flash stun from Chief. Missiles from afar. We're seeing the artillery come down. Reaper's Blade does manage to back up and get the kill. Chief now pulls the rest of them in. Engage here. The cleanse, but Bob Robertson just does a little bit too much damage, and Valka and Rika use the Stand United to try and get in. Ixie still up because of it. Lands the arrow. Bob Robertson picks up a double kill, and still the Skeletons winning that fight despite everything, just because of how strong this presence is. Valka use the ultimate to get down and use the TP to get right back. They lose absolutely nothing from this power.
We'll say it was a good start from the Wizards. Luke is able to get the jump onto Edaconic, and that is followed up by the great artillery from Reaper's Blade. What they kind of end up getting punished by is, again, that global utility from the Shen pick. Stand United comes in, and the TP from Bob Robertson ends up paying off tremendously as the Vex kind of single-handedly controls that fight, gets a really great ulti following up Chief, who got a fantastic Magnet Storm as well, where just good positioning from the Vex, locking down the targets necessary and getting so much damage out here. Big win for Bob Robertson, who picked up several kills there. So we've got another TP coming in from Reaper's Blade as a scuffle's happening in the river.
Yep, has to be careful. Valka and Rika staying alive, but CV Batman trying to get a little bit aggressive here. Does have to be careful of a potential rotation from the mid and support, but it doesn't look like there's any real threat just because of how low Edaconic is. Meanwhile, Ixie's in the bot side, just getting anything that he could ever want. Eventually going to force Master to back and answer the Ashe. But it's hard right now. The Wizards are desperately trying to, get invades, get pressure where they can, but the macro from the Skeletons is just too good tonight.
Yeah, it is too good from the Skeletons, at least in this game. They're playing so much better than they did in the last game, where the Wizards were able to just kind of route them around the map. In this game, Edaconic was able to get some good tempo, and with the help of Bob Robertson, who has also been doing very well for themselves, and honestly some really good roams from Chief, who has been around the map exactly where he needs to be, leaving Ixie on his own, knowing that the Ashe can just kind of fend for herself. Just a really, really smart map play from the side of the Skeletons, as Eda is going to be fighting for a Drake, and I do mean a fight.
Yep, Luke getting very low, has to be careful, was the first one to go down. Edaconic doesn't have to worry about not smiting if the enemy's jungler is dead. Ixie flashes in, but goes down in the process. However, Bob Robertson is here with the ultimates to pick up the kills. The Vex has just been doing so good on this fight. Dives, getting so much damage down. A triple kill from Edaconic. The Dragon!
The Dragon!
Coming in to give Reaper's Blade the kill. Unfortunately for the Wizards, the Skeletons still have the fight win over them. Gonna pick up this Dragon. Bob Robertson moving back towards mid. And now, with a 1,000 gold lead, the Skeletons are just starting to pull away. 7 stacks on that Darksteel. Bob Robertson is so terrifying.
Yeah, did not know Reaper's Blade was playing 2015 Mordekaiser. Well, very interesting right there. Dragon getting the kill onto Chief, who was living by a knife's edge there, so not surprised to see that. And another fantastic fight from the Skeletons. Taking out Luke early was kind of the linchpin of it. It just set them up, and again, kind of one of the rough things about Udyr is because you're kind of forced to build the Leandries if you want to be a threat at all. You end up having to get your tank item second, which you are not very tanky because they expect you to have power budget loaded into your W, which, I mean, you have, but it's not as high level as it could be, so you end up being really squishy, deceptively so, as we have a big fight in Olaf, who is dead.
Edaconic, gonna take it out.
That's another one. CV Batman kind of running it a little bit in that moment, as good bubble leads into a lot of damage down here, but not much else.
Oop, 2 kills going down. Luke taking it out. We're starting to move in some double speed because there's Master also taken out. Not quite able to get Ixie though on the return kills. Skeletons still pulling away. Now at a 2,000 gold lead and expanding even further.
Yeah. Expanding further, this gold lead is almost at 2k. It is still a very minor gold lead as Luke is going to look for Valka here. Valka's got the dash, will tag the slow, but will not get a whole lot else.
Yep. Has to be careful. Valka getting pretty low here. CB Batman manages to pick up the kill on Valka Fenrica, who even that death doesn't do a whole lot to even up Wizards. Like, they still have to be careful. They get Valka, but it's not this, like, key target, right? The Shen is not someone that you can really make a play without. Or, sorry, is someone you can make a play without. So it's not as great. And we see the return kill right back onto Reaper's Blade. Every time the Wizards go for something, Skeletons answer right back, and they want to continue this fight. Luke trying to chase down with the Ice Storm, trying to get a little bit of extra damage from that Phoenix Stance, but not able to land on Edaconic. Bob Robertson, meanwhile, the whole time, looking at a potential flank angle with the ultimate, just waiting for the opportunity to jump someone on the Wizards. 21 might be isolated here. You can see Bob Robertson waiting in the wings, waiting for the rest of the team to walk up. There goes the ultimate. Gonna go wide, though. Not gonna be able to get themselves in. Luke gonna try and finish. Gets stunned. Olaf trying to do the 1v4. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to get it. Luke
Olaf,
trying to melt this objective. Needs to be able to land it. Doesn't have the smite. Doesn't have the smite. They're not able to finish it out. The Stand United saves Edaconic. And without any extra damage, is going to barely make it out with his life. Reaper wasn't quite able to land that final arcane barrage that he needed. He needed one more that he missed, but he wasn't able to get it. And it's the Herald picked up for the Skeletons. Luke, without a smite, trying to finish the Herald while his team fights.
Yeah, it's maybe ill-advised, and speaking of ill-advised, Luke is in danger right now. Will just die horribly. Dragged in by the Magnustorm. Killing spree for Ixie, and this is why Udyr is not a good champion, folks. This champion is not good. He is bad, actually. He is very much not a good champion right now. Please send help. But it's also just the Skeletons playing extremely well once again. I think one of the big things in these fights that's been sort of flipping it in the Skeletons' favor is there's a lack of coordination, I think, from the Wizards in terms of how they are actually executing these fights. You have CB Batman going in deep, which can work, but you need to be followed up by Reaper's Blade or by 21. We saw the wave go out, but that was far too late, and at that point, CB Batman was already so low that it did not end up mattering. He's getting close to taking out these players, but still so far away from actually getting it done as Bob Robertson decides to die on a side lane to reset his bounty, I suppose. That's an interesting decision from Bob Robertson there, or just a good pick from the side of the Wizards. We'll say it's the second one there, as Ixie looking to run down Luke right here. Very depressing. The wave will come through.
Oh, Chief stunned up once again. Seeing if they can get out. Chief over the wall, manages to get the shield from the crash down. Ixie, meanwhile, trying to fire back onto Luke. And now the Arcane Barrage comes back, trying to dodge a little bit. The barrier goes down, but finally Reaper's able to get the shutdown. The last hit of the Arcane Barrage. However, like a thief in the night, Edaconic secures the dragon, gets himself out with time to spare.
Time to spare. This is a good flip for the Wizards. Getting a good pick onto Bob Robertson, and then in the mid lane getting Ixie down, finding that they're punishing the over-aggression with the tidal wave as goodbye, goodbye 21. Snipped away. Cut into Sashimi right there. Sushi's up, folks.
Sushi's up.
It's delicious, for sure. But looking at that there, it was a good engage from the side of the Wizards, punishing the over-aggression from Ixie and Chief. I will say, Ixie and Chief did fight that out as well as they could have, but just the numbers disadvantage and the HP bars being as low as they were made it very difficult to actually finish anything off. And also really clutch healing from 21 to keep Luke over the edge to prevent that just a random death there. Will say, did make a pretty big difference. This is one of the reasons you pick the champions with the heals for your melees, is so that you can heal them, as it turns out. And with the Spirit Visage on the Udyr, that will be further enhanced. That will be further enhancing any healing and shielding that Luke will have. And Udyr's got plenty, so it will certainly get value here. Also in terms of helping sort of negate that damage from the Vex and the Gwen. At least a little bit. We've gotten engage.
Yep, 21 taken
And they're
out.
both-
Needlestorm goes down. Ixie picks up another. 2 so far as they turn their eyes back towards the butt. Just want to keep putting the pressure up. And it's hard right now. They're so far in the lead that there's very few objectives for them to actually go for when they get these kills. Just waiting on the Baron to spawn right now, it feels like. But it's the
Yeah,
Otacon.
Suffering
That they
from
went for
success a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll go for the Otacon as CB Batman looking to get a turret here. We'll get it. We'll probably... no, should be
Ooh,
fine.
Flashes out, gets the the Cloud Rift speed... wait. Yeah, the Cloud Rift speed buff, getting him out to safety. So the Otacon and all the petals picked up. Pretty big deal. You know, I said low objectives, but the Otacon's still very good. Doesn't quite advance the game state, but it's more of that win more objective, right? All the petals gives you more XP, some more adaptive power, and increases your already obtained epic buffs. So it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't... It's a win more button, right? Like it's not going to do anything crazy. It's good for the team that's behind to get it, but if you get it when you're ahead, it's not like going to end the game by itself. It just puts you at more of a stat stick type advantage. But right now, that might be good for the Skeletons, right? Any few deaths, any few weaknesses that they have mostly come from dying to Reaper's Blade or because they can't finish a fight just quickly enough. So getting a little bit of extra power in their back, in sort of their back pocket, could help them just finish out those fights earlier, get safer retreats when they need to, turn back towards those objectives, not take as much damage from like the Baron and the Dragon. So not bad, but yeah, right now still only a 2k gold lead. Again, you know, you keep saying like you keep seeing like all these bad fights, but it really is not impossible. The Wizards doing a really great job of knowing where their advantages are, keeping ahead, keeping themselves up in farm or even ahead in the case of Master, despite all the kill difference. So the actual gold difference is not as high as it might have been otherwise, but it's still not looking great. The Wizards really need to get a good fight, a good wave, a good stun from Reaper's Blade, good poke before a major team fight to actually have a chance of taking one home.
Yeah, and I will say one of the big things about as CB Batman,
This one, it might not be.
I don't think he's getting out of this one. No flash.
Oh,
Okay, never mind.
Ragnarok.
We're out. Never
And the
mind.
slow into the Cloud Dragon Rift.
My name is Barry Olaf, and I'm the fastest man alive.
Now, speaking of a fight, flash from Bob Robertson might be a big deal. Arcane Barrage barely dodged out. The Locket forced out from Chief. 5 seconds to Dragon. Has to be careful. Now the arrow comes through, but it goes on to 21. However, 21 far back enough that he doesn't have to worry about any follow-up. Because Bob Robertson didn't have the flash and was forced to back, didn't have to worry about that ultimate coming through. However, the TP coming through now, Edaconic landing a bunch of damage onto Luke. Bob Robertson, here on the flank, needs to find his way in. Chief going forward, trying to land some damage, finally finds it onto the back end. Bob Robertson with the fear onto 2. Ixie picks up the damage. Chief with a double kill. Nice little tip there from Bob Robertson, and it's just a matter of time before 21 eventually falls to Edaconic. TP back from Valka Fenrica just to make sure that CB Batman can't even get the tower as a consolation prize. Looks like the minions will end up getting it, but no inhib to get done. And they just want to end the game. The Skeletons looking for it right now. They might have enough time. 15 seconds going down. They need to get something. The back's being stopped. CB Batman isn't going to have enough time to run. Oh my god, Nexus Tower 1 down. Nexus Tower 2 down. The Nexus is over. The Skeletons have done it. They have completed the upset. They have taken away the first seed, and they come through with the power of friendship. We joked about it at the start of the season. We joked all the way through when they lost to Dragons, but the friendship team is real. The power of friendship has brought the Skeletons their crown, as is rightfully deserved.
Well, what can you say? But can win with great friends.
And win with great friends.
Can win with great friends as the Skeletons bring it home here. A 3-1 do end up dropping game 3 to a great showing from the Wizards, not falling apart as we kind of saw in games 1 and 2, but it just was not enough. The Skeletons back on blue side bring it home for themselves as Ida doing so well this game. Igzy as well, going crazy. And just overall good performance from the side of the Skeletons. Nothing. There were some shaky spots for sure, but in the end, I do think you gotta give credit where credit is due, and the credit is due for the Skeletons, sort of negating a lot of what the Wizards have been doing well throughout the rest of the season. Master looked like a shell of the self that we saw in the rest of the regular season. CB Batman making a lot of really bizarre plays and bizarre taking some bizarre fights, and Luke as well, just kind of looking a lot rougher than we really wanted to see. I feel like 21, for whatever it's worth, did fairly well throughout the series. Reaper's Blade had a couple of rough moments, but overall was doing fine. We saw glimpses of what the Wizards did well, but the Skeletons, they just showed up today, and they showed up big.
Yep. And honestly, I just got to say it. Yeah. Bob Robertson, MVP, baby. Did so much in every game, really felt like a great player for the team to have. Don't get me wrong, everyone played their hearts out, but Bob Robertson did so much. Shout out Ixie, Chief, also amazing. Edaconic doing the absolute most. Devalka, the last round pick turned first round champion. Absolute GOAT. Really felt like all of the Skeletons just showed up today with that drive to win, with that real desire to get there. And in the end, they take it with a 3-1 victory.
Yeah. So with that said, I believe that we had discussed doing an interview, but it's a bit late, and I'm gonna be honest.
People are already starting to get off, so
people are getting off, going to bed, and I don't disagree. I'm sorry, folks who wanted an interview, but I am very tired. So, you can ask some questions in banter chat. I'm sure they'll answer, probably. With that said, it was a great season here. I think there were some ups, some downs, but I feel overall very entertaining. A lot of great teams. I think a lot of really competitive teams especially up in Sapphire. We had some could have gone to any of our top 4. It feels like, depending on the day and depending on the patch maybe. But in the end, the Skeletons do take it, and that's another chip for Edaconic, coming out of the I guess the trenches to take another one for himself.
put the chips in the bag.
Put the chips in the bag. So, anything else you want to say before we close out?
No, I just want to give a shout out to all of our players, all of our captains, and everyone who's watched. Thank you so much for joining us for another season of the Blue Otter Draft League. We're going to be coming back stronger than ever, even better next season. So we hope you'll all join us once again. But as for tonight, congratulations to the Skeletons. Better luck next time to the Wizards. And I'll see you all another time. Have a good night.